Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Right, infringement issues. Good morning, Jared. Good morning. How are you? Alexia, what's up? You see my tag? Melanin popping, girl.
You said the lady come back. The lady just come back.
Right
The
on.
Melanie said, look at me, look at me. You don't look like me.
Yes, my tag is popping all over. Your friend said, give it a couple of days. It's all gonna go away.
No, listen. No. We come and you recharge. The tande, a tande there for a while. You're well recharged. We can't see it. Talk about it.
Girl, I feel good. I didn't want to come back. You see my green screen? That's a picture I took at Frenchman's Cove. And I want to go back. I want to go back. I don't want to be here. Don't want to be here at all. Let me tell you something. It's stressful in this country. That's all the cat said. It's stressful when you're back. So prior to going on vacation, every day, no lie, every single day, to Frenchman's Cove, yes, niece. Yes, first time going to Frenchman's Cove. But anyway, and that's over in Portland, Jamaica. Everybody needs to take a trip to Portland, Jamaica. Yes, the entire parish is beautiful. Not gonna lie. But anyway, before going on vacation, every single day, bar none. Thank you, Believer Chief. Thank you so much. Every day, bar none, I would have these dizzy spells and headaches and just never feel right. Not gonna lie. Hey, Geely, being there, no headache, nothing. I didn't even have one cup of coffee. None. Me, who is addicted to coffee, zero coffee. Organic food. Let's just say that. I don't know what this is we're eating here. Now, let us fast forward. Come back. Yesterday, I almost never come on today, you know. Yesterday, eating the foreign food as healthy as it is, everything came up. My sister must have been saying, what the heck is this? You fed me good, and now you're putting this junk back inside of me? That being said, what is the plan? What does the government plan to do about the food that we're eating here? But I know what the plan is. Nothing. Because we're stripping away boards that are supposed to regulate and monitor and control. When you see European countries saying, thank you, Julie. When you see European countries saying, we don't want your food, there's a reason for it. I don't know if you all saw the video of the woman on I think it's on TikTok or Instagram. But anyway, she relocated to Jamaica. She's American and she lost a lot of weight. She said she was always sick here and going there, just eating organic, staying away from imported foods, growing her own chickens, eating local meats, local farm raised meats. Significant difference. Anyway, if y'all see me disappear, don't feel no weird. This is not it. This is not it. We need to demand better. Hey, Mad Libra, thank you. We need to demand better. Right now, it is as though there's a collusion, right? Everybody's working together. This is my feeling, my personal feeling, which I don't even know if I'm allowed to say because everything is under the microscope now and everybody has to be tippy-toeing. But my personal feeling is that everyone is working together from the food and beverage industry to the pharmaceutical industry and politicians. They're all working together. And that is why there's money to be made in keeping you sick. So, the easiest way to keep you sick is through what you consume, right? You ingest the food you eat, what you drink. And interestingly, we have a saying in Jamaica, 10 story in a one. So, not to go off too much on a tangent, but came back to see this thing on TikTok. This family up in Pembroke Pines, Florida, in Fort Lauderdale, the Fort Lauderdale side, where the city came in and cut down mango trees, pear tree, which we call avocado, but in the islands we call it pear tree. Cut them down with fruit bearing, right? With fruit bearing. Cut them down. Now, the reason for cutting them down, listen to this, it's a nature, you know. It is affecting the man-made lake. You cut down fruit-bearing trees because the fruit-bearing trees. So the violation, I'm glad you asked the question, Addison, Ozzy. Addison, you're taking so long, you're looping. So here it is. You want to hear the violation? Their property line doesn't go all the way up to the lake. So anything beyond the lake is cut down. Beyond the property line, so between their property line and the lake, that is cut down. Now, how them knows that the people didn't plant that? What if a God put it there? But regardless, you cut down fruit-bearing trees. All right, let me try this again, other soldier. Hold on. Yeah, you cut down fruit-bearing trees. Make that make sense. Good morning, Adesoji. Good morning, Rose Solo. Do they understand root system? Who cares what they understand? Good morning, Rose Solo.
Good morning, Moments. Welcome back. Morning, Alexia, Adesoji, everyone in the live. Good morning. Welcome back.
Yeah, good morning. You look tanned. Oh, okay. Yeah. Vitamin C's and all the other necessary vitamins. Yeah. Hello.
Vitamin D is from the sun. Get your mind out the gutter. Get your mind out the gutter, Adesoji. So, as his question says, not surprised. You ever hear about why the pollen is so excessive? Yeah, because them are cut down all of the which trees? Is it the male trees or the people? I don't remember. Which trees are cutting down? Ozzy. I chop them down. After the show, I'll be going out in the Florida sun. I don't know if it will hit the same, but I gotta maintain this stand. Gotta maintain it. Gotta maintain it. Anyway, what did I miss? I don't told you what I missed. Bring me up to speed, quick and fast. What have I missed? More of the same?
Well,
Abundant.
go on, Alexa.
Man, abundant.
What's burning down?
I love Guyanese people until I weep.
Oh, listen. Yes, I have that story coming up. Now, here's what I will say in relation to that. Who did the first autopsy? Do we know? Was it the
The autopsy even completed? I thought they took her in yesterday or the day before.
so the autopsy was done yesterday? One was done, and they're saying there's no evidence of anything. But we have the story coming up. We have it coming up, right? So let me go ahead and run the intro, and we get into the story because there are so many questions. There are so many missing pieces, right? But before that, Soji, what's up over there in your beautiful island? Your beautiful
Well,
island of England, the United
it's
Kingdom.
it's summer here. The weather is looking nice. Ladies are dressing less. Yeah, hello, hello, and yes,
Hello,
it's
hello. You remember that show, Hello, hello? That's the name of
yeah,
it?
yeah, British staple. Yes, yes. But the weather is nice. The weather is nice. So. Mhm.
All right, so let's go ahead and get the intro done so we can get the show on the road. All right. It is Tuesday, April 29, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee and Joe World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. And you can listen on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. And madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Remember to subscribe. And I gotta say, welcome to my studio audience courtesy of TikTok. I invite you to check out our website, coffeeinto.com. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Also brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Shop www.grandcoffeehouse.com today and get your 20% off at checkout. Use the code COFFEEINTO20. Thank you once again, family, everyone listening, everyone with us. Alexa says so much tea has bubbled over in your absence. All right, let's go ahead and get the Caribbean Corner story started. Excuse me. And we will kick it off with the Ghana. That was not the one I wanted to start with, but since we're on it, since we're talking about it, since we started to talk about it, we might as well go ahead and get into it. All right, Guyana. This one is so disturbing, man. All right, so according to LukeNews.com, pathologists have concluded that Adriana Young, the 11-year-old girl whose passing shocked the nation, passed away by drowning and showed no signs of SA. Attorney Darren Wade, representing Adriana Young's family, confirmed that pathologists concluded the child drowned and found no evidence of broken bones or fractures, and the marks observed on her body were consistent with those typically seen in drowning victims. He further noted that the pathologists conducted a thorough and extensive examination, and thorough, I must let you know, folks, is in quotations. So, he further noted that the pathologists conducted a thorough and extensive examination going beyond the standard procedures typically carried out in such cases. The legal representative also revealed that the medical experts were initially prepared to brief the media and respond to all questions regarding the autopsy. However, he said concerns over public disorder and threats to their safety forced them to abandon that plan. Owing to the lawlessness outside, they were scared for their lives, Wade explained. The autopsy was being conducted by international forensic experts brought on by the government, Dr. Glenn A. Rudner from Mount Sinai Hospital in New York, and Dr. Cara Paul, a pathologist from Barbados, as well as Dr. Gary L. Collins, who is the chief medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And this was upon request of Adriana's family. On receiving the news, and I think it's Adriana, on receiving the news, Adriana Young's family, or her father, who is in denial of the news, understandably so, told reporters, they say she drowned and there's no results for me. Pathologists said further tests will be conducted to determine the fluids found in her body. And that part stuck out to me in this article. That one line. Pathologists said further tests will be conducted to determine the fluids found in her body. The findings come amid heightened public interest and unrest surrounding the circumstances of Adriana's death. Earlier yesterday, protesters gathered outside the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation mortuary where the autopsy was being conducted. Eventually, riot squad police reported to the scene where protesters flung projectiles and police fired pellets, those are rubber pellets, injuring some in the crowd. That part, Ozzy, that is the question I have. Hold on. That's the question I have too. How is it conclusive if further tests are going to be conducted to determine the fluids found in her body? Hey, John, go ahead, Rosolo.
I don't know if what I want. I'm trying my best with this one right here. I really am. Now, the unfortunate thing for all these corrupt people over there is that there was live video of the search. We watched the search. We watched them move. Sorry, microwave. We watched them go past the pool and search the pool and search the pool area and search. And we watched it. So there's certain things that you can't. When we weren't born, yes, we're not dumb. We saw what we understand and know that she was not in the pool, right? So she could not have drowned in that time. And if it's a conclusive autopsy, then why do we still need to have tests? And as someone said, I've watched several videos because I'm Guyanese by injection, so it's my people. So I've watched several. I've watched several videos of my people, and everyone is saying it's the entire government that is corrupt. Everyone involved in the situation is corrupt. The police officers are corrupt. So why would I expect you to give me the truth in an autopsy?
So Rosolo, let me ask a question. Let's listen to the panel. Let's take a listen to the names on the panel. And these are international forensic experts brought on by the government of Ghana. Dr. Glenn A. Rudner from Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. Dr. Shubhakar Karapal, who is a pathologist from Barbados. Dr. Gary L. Collins, Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Delaware. That is to no avail? You think they were influenced as well?
What are all of them doing? Guyana don't have someone to do autopsy. Why we have to?
No, they brought out the international ones because that was under the request or upon the request of the family, because they wanted to make sure there was no interference, no corruption. They wanted something that would be more
That's biased?
credible, unbiased, more
Mhm.
credible. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, she did not drown. Okay. She did not drown. If I hadn't watched the videos moments, I would say, okay, well, maybe it's a possibility, you know? But I watched the lives. I've been sent lives. I've seen it. I've seen the search prior to the little girl being found in the pool. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Again, if they still have to test all these things and they don't even know what these fluids are, then how is the autopsy conclusive? So we
Thank
just
you.
touched on that. Then two, there's a video going around where like there's a whole crowd of people around the pool and she's just there.
I saw that one and I cringed.
How does anybody explain that?
I think that was after they retrieved the body from the pool, right? I think that was the same.
No, there's a video of her just laying in the pool and nobody went in and got her from the pool. No one took her out the pool. It was minutes. They were just all standing there crying, videoing, and they wouldn't take her, and the body was just laying in the pool.
So missing out on a possibility that she could be resuscitated.
You never know. You never know.
Okay, that's a level of ignorance there that I can't comprehend, because the first thing would be to retrieve the body. Let's see what we can do. How can we save it? Let us see if there is the possibility to save this young girl.
The issue is somehow with this situation, 2 + 2 is equaling 5, and they're taking people for idiot, and a lot of things just don't sound right.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to time stamp the whole thing. Based on the grandmother's recollection, she sent her 11-year-old granddaughter to get a pool pass. What was it? After an hour of not seeing her granddaughter return, they went looking for her. All right. Surveillance cameras at the hotel, from my understanding, were not working. Is that correct? However, they were able to access footage from other surveillance cameras from other businesses in the area, who said that they saw this young girl go into a vehicle. Am I right so far? And then there was a retraction of that statement. Am I right? What am I missing? So what happened to the CCTV? The cameras. What happened to those cameras at the hotel? The footage that was seen of the young girl going into the car, of Adriana going into the car. What happened to that footage? Why it is now, the statement is now retracted?
And even more, who made the statement that they saw her going into the car? The police. The police. The people that they're entrusting to find her.
Something, all right. Something is very off. I can't blame the people for their protesting. I can't. I really can't blame them. Hi, Tony. I cannot blame them for the protests. As a child, we don't play about pitting around here.
And apparently, from what I'm hearing too, like that isn't the only situation, the only mysterious situation like that as well. So I'm guessing like that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because I've seen people post about like 2 other incidents kind of similar at that hotel.
So is that the reason then as to why people are saying SAC the task force free? You know what I mean? SAC are
Yeah.
advertised to be the good place.
Yeah, that's what some people are saying.
I'm digging a little deeper. In the wake of the autopsy results, protests erupted nationwide, some devolving into looting, arson, and destruction of public infrastructure. In response, President Dr. Irfan Ali urged citizens to remain within the law while expressing their grief and outrage. If persons breach the law, there must be consequences, and there will be consequences. Ali made the warning statement during a Monday night press conference. The president acknowledged the right to peaceful protest but condemned what he described as politically motivated hijacking of the demonstrations. That is unfortunate, Ali said. You will be prosecuted. Stop now. Meanwhile, the young family is pressing for outside intervention. I believe it is critical that the state acts. Wade is calling on President Ali to make good on his promise to the family. The attorney said they hope either the FBI or the Royal Canadian Mounted Police will be brought in to conduct a full impartial investigation. But let me ask a question. And I get the tension and the anger and the frustration. But if you burn down the building, aren't we destroying evidence? Because the hotel was
Yeah.
burned and the owner's home was burned. Aren't we being counterproductive if we burn it down?
Okay, so yes, I would say yes, but at the same time, I would have to wonder if the two things are completely related. Because in some instances, some would use that as an opportunity to get rid of evidence so that they, can't be found. So I don't know.
So who burned it down then, Anthony? Was it the protesters or was it one of the Yes, Aya, it gets more interesting. Who started it? Exactly, Cecilia asked the question. How do we know it was protesters who burned it down?
Yeah, kind of like if you remember when they had the protests after George Floyd, right? Some of the people who started the looting and stuff weren't actually involved in the protest. So I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm just saying it's not far fetched to believe that, you know, there's a multi-layered approach to these things.
So Nisa said, can't be the first incident for them to react to this way. Well, clearly it isn't the first based on what as we mentioned. Go ahead, Rose Bro. Go ahead.
No, as he's right, I've seen videos where they said this is for her and the others, the other girls. And I've also seen a video where I don't remember if it was the father or one of the relatives that stated that there was smoke coming out of one of the rooms when she was found, as if, they were burning evidence. And that's what started getting everyone upset and angry. I'm not sure how true that was, but, you know. It's not necessarily the protesters, as we've been saying, the protesters who started the fire. I don't believe it was them. I think they reacted to seeing smoke coming out of some area of that hotel. Yes,
I've
Nikki,
been
they're fed up.
scoring.
They're fed up.
I've been scoring from I saw the first video. I mean, I tell you this, something, yeah. It don't look right. It don't look right at all. Because it's not the little girl alone ever died in the pool and they said it's drowning. It just don't look right.
So hold on a second, Alexa, because I'm going back to something Rosola said. Rosola said she watched the videos of when they were searching for her. They went past the pool, right, Rosola, and there was nobody in the pool.
There was nobody in the pool.
So nobody knows see when them are drop this little girl in the pool.
How I saw a video on that. So I think it was an aunt that said, from the little girl went missing and people came, they raised the alarm and everything. They came into the hotel, searched the pool the night of the night of the day that she went missing, and then everybody was hustled out of the property, right? Nobody went home. Nobody went home. People stayed on the outside of the property. In the morning, they went back, search again, nothing. People were then ushered off the property again. One lady said she was looking, they have a glass structure that's there that has maybe an elevator or something like that. So the lady said she was looking over at the property and she saw where 2 trolleys were being transported. One trolley looked like it had like a bundle up sheet and something. So she said when she raised the alarm and said, "What is going on there? What is that? What is that on that trolley? Whatever." Them outside of the diversion go on, they tried to get on the property, they weren't let on, right? When they finally were let onto the property, no, they weren't let onto the property, then somebody from inside shouted out, "Oh my God, I start make noise," when they look at the little girl that's in the pool. And people now bombard and lick over, knock over, get in at the property. And them start saying, "No, we looked there last night, we looked there this morning, she wasn't there. So how is she upright in the pool now?" It's a whole mess. It's a whole mess. She was placed there. And if the autopsy shows that she drowned, I'm going to say probably when they put her in that pool, she wasn't fully unalived. But she was incapacitated. And that's how you can rule drowning as cause of death. But the key question is what incapacitated her? If we're going to say it's drowning that caused the death.
Unaliving.
The family deserves answers, but the article gave presented some loopholes for me. Yeah. And the line in the article, which can be found on loopnews.com with a heading, "Autopsy reveals Adriana Young unalived or passed away by drowning. No signs of SA." But one sentence in the entire article concerns me. They said that they did a thorough, and they put thorough in quotations, right? Pathologists conducted a thorough and intensive examination going beyond the standard procedures typically carried out in such cases. But this is the line. Pathologists said further tests will be conducted to determine the fluids found in her body. So then, how was it thorough and extensive and going beyond the standard procedures? Thanks to Mr. Mention, the amount of crime show what me watch. Just CSI Miami alone back in the day. Very thorough, no stones left unturned. So they can do that in a TV series or movie. Why they can't do that in a real life?
Because, like, wouldn't you want to wait until the pathologist has concluded his or her investigation before you make an announcement?
Thank you, Ozzy.
Exactly.
I want to meet. Can't tell us still now. Woo! Lord only knows. Let me tell you something. Well, Guyana would be in flames. I can't tell that.
It is in flames. They even went to the police station and started pew-pewing and burning it down.
They burned down the owner of the hotel's house.
Yes.
And then other houses got torched in the process. Like, this is the catalyst. The people have always been saying that their justice system is like, exists for the regular man, right? And this is not just the little girls unaliving. They are fed up from the rooter to the tutor, and it just out there now. It's done. Nothing can come, nothing can quench.
Well, question though, do we know if it is like a locally owned hotel or is it like foreign owned?
No man is a local man.
But what difference it make though as this? Who own it?
Um,
Like this, I'm Gina said, oh,
because I feel like
I say, hold on. Gina said, even the mistress's house got burnt down. Lord Jesus,
wow.
No.
Yeah, the reason why I ask is because then I would then question like the foreign intervention in terms of like the autopsy and all that stuff. But because like even for me, it kind of reminds me of that whole Epstein situation, right? Again, being from the Virgin Islands, people were talking about him before a lot of this stuff came out. Like literally, his office was yards away from my high school. It's like people know things, but how much are people being paid off to not say what kind of contracts are in place, begs a lot of questions.
See, needs put in the chat foreign ownership, them get leverage and bribery incentives. Lord have mercy. People, thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna hurry up and start this thing up because I don't see it ending well for Ghana. It's all well and good that you sit down there, Dr. Ali, and talk about there will be consequences for people's actions when they go on with the most and this, that, and the other. People do not care. Understand, everyone has a breaking point. At some point, the cup runneth over. And if you look at things on the global scale, everyone's cup has runneth over. People are sick and tired of being sick and tired. People want change. They want effective change. They are tired of the run of the mill, tired of the hamster wheel, tired of being taken advantage of, tired of being ignored, tired of being abused. They're tired. So how are you going to sit there and tell people to be on their best behavior when being on their best behavior has never worked to their advantage? And it's a conversation we've had here several times on Coffee and Talk. Things have to get drastic. People have to go to undesirable ends for there to be some sort, just even a little bit of attention paid to a matter. When you stay calm, and let's look within our personal lives. So they don't have to go on a large scale. Let's look within our personal lives. People they do things and you talk to them and say, I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. And they disregard your feelings. They discount your feelings. They don't care how their actions make you feel. And they continue. And they poke and they poke and they poke and they poke. And the minute you retaliate, you're painted as the crazy one, the mad one, the one with the issues. Adesoji, you've been silent. From a journalistic standpoint, if you're able to speak, I would love to hear how your take on this. What you've heard from the article. I don't know if you've been following it up. You know, if they're talking about it over there in England. I don't know. Hey, Kirk. Thank you, Kirk. Oh, by the way, people, we need one more subscription, you know. One more subscription to Caffeine to on TikTok. One more. Well, so one a day keeps the doctor away. But yeah, Irfan Ali, be mindful. And to all the political leaders, do not make this a political situation. Number one. Number two, yes, I understand what you're saying, but you also have to, for a moment, step out of the shoes of being the leader of the country and try to put yourself in those people's shoes and see how you would feel. You're going to tell me, Dr. Ali, and all the political leaders over there in Ghana, that if this were your child, you would be maintaining your composure. You'd be peaceful about it. Thank you, girl. You'd be peaceful about it. No, sir.
But that's the thing, though, right? And I guess what has been adding fuel to the fire is that, you know, certain communities, especially of a lower economic status, don't feel seen, don't feel heard, don't feel represented. And based on a statement that was given, I didn't hear any empathy for the situation. I didn't hear any sort of like, you know, we are deeply concerned about what happened, or you didn't hear any of those words. So then that adds more fuel to the fire. Then that becomes a class thing, a economic thing, because then it seems like you're trying to quiet the people to make a certain class of people more comfortable.
Isn't that what always happens to us?
Yeah, and it always backfires, pun intended.
Thank you.
Um,
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Adesoji.
okay. I understand the grievance that the society feels, but then you also have to then understand that he is managing a state that has just found wealth, that all of a sudden anything that said society does is on and in large stage. So he has to be seen to be managing. I mean, deep down, obviously, I can't speak for him, but he will feel some sort of empathy. But at the same time, going around touching people's homes, you know. Okay. We just read now that the mistress' homes was touched. How are we to know that the mistress partook in anything that transpired in said location? You know, so casual bystander now has, you know, so all of that side chick business has just been going up in smoke. So, you know, and that's just putting a funny spin to it. But at the same time, he can't just come out and say, oh, whatever it is you're doing is okay. Yes, some messaging can be better handled, like the Department of Investigations that was talking about the forensics being done, and when you still have doubts about a certain aspect of it, you're already releasing a statement. That's not how investigations are. That is just setting yourself up for disaster. Because obviously people will still go like, oh, so what about this one? What about that one? Everything has to be conclusive and it has to be seen to be done, as they would say, you know, justice seen, done as it should be. It should not be a case of we perceive it to have been done. It should be seen to be done. So hopefully the girl gets justice. But unfortunately, for a child, man. Woo. Sorry. How are you?
No apologies, sir. Okay, Ja says she's in the office. Thank you, Ja. Thank you. So let me ask you a question, Adesoji. Do you think they came out with a statement after the autopsy, the initial autopsy? Yes, I'm saying the initial, because I'm have to go back to the drawing board. Are you of the opinion that they came out with a statement to kind of quell the crowd because they saw the disruption and the chaos that was
Yes.
ensuing?
Yes. It's somewhat performative justice, and so what they wanted to do was quell the angst out there. But in so doing, with that aspect where you read, what's that part you read that conclusive? How can it be conclusive yet you still have a lingering part of it? That language does not fit with what you're saying. I'm sorry. You know,
The fluids in our body should have been tested right away.
exactly. You should be able to determine conclusively what they are. You know,
And a soldier, if they were listening to the crowd, that is the first thing they would have tested.
exactly. I mean, if you discounted the fact that you found the air in a pool and you discounted the water, the chlorine, and everything, so what else is there that you cannot immediately say, based on our age, based on the diet around there, based on whatever it is you might have ingested in the course of the day, we've negated this, negated this, negated this. This is unexplained. You will have done the tests. I mean, it doesn't come on labs. It doesn't take that long for labs to turn around tests. If you want an answer to anything, forensics, it doesn't. If it's one thing this country does, it's forensic. They will ask the granny down the road. The granny will tell you what went by in the last 24 hours, and they would lock it down immediately. They will tell you either the person has unalived themselves or they're looking for someone. So the idea that something is inconclusive is a bit it's a bit lackadaisical.
I'm gonna pin the article. If Dr. Keisha comes in, I want to ask her a question because she is a pathologist. Knowing this is a very high profile case. Listen. I have a theory though, that the unalived, them souls don't rest until the mystery is solved. And they have, this is me, my personal feeling about the afterlife as it relates to persons who are unalived by wicked people, is that her spirit will lead them to unveil the truth. The people them who are responsible for this, those who are complicit, and when I say those who are complicit, those who know the truth and are help to cover it up, your nights will not be restful. You're gonna look for food, want eat and can't eat. You're gonna mad out. Your life will not return to normal. Now I tell you, so anything you ask about me, that's the African side of it, right? Yeah. We believe in certain things. We do. I believe in certain things. I not speak for everybody, kind of everybody do. But that is how me. No.
Want us to invoke the ancestors?
Yeah.
And do it. Yeah. My people will say "Ọmọdé ò ń kú lọ́sàn," which is a child.
I'm showing you this.
Oops,
I'm showing you this.
Sorry. Quiet.
I'm showing you this.
Don't nobody think it. Yeah. I'm hearing static too, Ja, and I'm here trying to fix it. So that's why you're hearing a lot of noise.
It's probably the child spirit echoing the thoughts that you see. It stopped now.
Stop.
Yeah. So we'll say.
Good morning.
Not to worry. We'll say "Ọmọdé ò ń kú lọ́sàn," which is a child does not die in the course of the day. A child will die at night, which is you will grow old before you pass on. So if you go before your time, that spirit never rests. What you were saying there is you're invoking your spirit, your African side, because that's the belief that you hurt a child, you will not know them.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix some things here, but go ahead. I'm
That you hurt a child, anybody who hurts a child will never know rest. And it's gone through the ages, so and it continues to resonate. So I yield.
You know, another thing to add a soldier before we move on that I believe in. Wanna drop our head, or drop off a head, we drop our shoulder. Or they have another saying in Jamaica: if you can't catch Kwaku, you catch him short. In other words, and it's in the Bible, not those words, but in other words, when you see a generation them, you might not get the effects of it, you know, but it's when you see a pity them and your grand pity them a suffer. They are repaying, or they're paying the debt for your evil deeds. That's what it is now. And go read in the Bible. If you're not call yourself Christian and if you're interested, go read the Bible. Go into the Old Testament. Generational curses go on for 7 generations. I know me right it in the Bible. It's in the good book. So careful what you do and how you deal with people. Because for 7 generations, your lineage will be cursed for it. The evils that you do to others, it will come back to Uno. If not Uno, to Uno. Pitney them, grand pitney, great grand, and the line go and it go down. Some of us right now, we have done nothing wrong. We're not trouble nobody. We are go about with business. We follow the law of the land and the law of the good book. And it's like trouble just dip on. You know what? Dip on. I don't know what we do. Or what we ancestors them do. You could have got up be a woman or whatever from now till Jesus come back. It is what it is. And me write the good book, friend. Go read it. It's in there. It's in there. Let me see. So I went on TikTok here. Let me see what we have in terms of updates. If we have any updates this morning. Let me see. What is this video here saying?
I'm showing you this because it's really important to the case and for justice for Adriana Young. And I don't wish to upset anyone, so trigger warning, but at the same time, it's really imperative that we talk about this. So some of the injuries that we can see to the body of 11-year-old Adriana Young, who was found in this swimming pool after being missing for 20 hours in Guyana. Some of the injuries to her body were very much like this, with almost looking like some of the skin had been stripped away. We also see the white patches on her knees and also on her hands. Now, the one thing I cannot show you, I can tell you now from looking at the pictures of her body that that's also the case with her face. Now, how bizarre that Leroy Smith, who's running Wayne Smith apparently, but goes by Leroy, he has very similar patterns on his hands. Let's take a close-up look at it. Look here. Now, my kind of opinion would be that some kind of cleaning solution or acid, some type of acid or bleach has been used, but it would have to have been like really strong graded stuff to have caused the injuries it has to Adriana's body. You can also see it on his other hand here. And can I just remind everyone that this police officer was the one who set fire to the hotel room within 3 minutes of her body being found. And also when he was confronted when he came down the stairs after setting the fire, he also was soaking wet from the knee down, including his shoes, which were leaving wet footprints everywhere. Like, this guy is so involved in what happened. I'm showing you this because it's really important to the case.
Oh, wait.
It's all over TikTok.
No, I know it is. But how did come on. This is I don't even know what to say. Yes, there is public interest. Yes, there's all of that. But we don't even respect our own dead. Why would you put the picture of a child out there? Why? Why? What's in the fact that you're on TikTok and you're oh God. Ish. Ish. Why? Why? Yeah, I mean, social media, yes, but come on, there must be a boundary. This is a child. I mean, not to anyone, You can't even do that. You don't see the picture of the other side. You don't see them pour over their pictures as if, come on, dignity. Come on, man. Ish. I'm sorry. I yield.
Let me hear this video.
I asked them, I said to them, no, when we go in and we find water in our lungs, those are my exact words. When we go in and we find water in her lungs, I want you guys to be able to tell me or tell us if this water came from a tap pipe or if this water came from the pool. Will you guys be able to determine this for us? They responded also in a negative. So all the time, we of course, we know cause of death. Now their job was to determine the cause of death. Not determine, confirm the cause of death. They have done that. They have confirmed the cause of death. All right. Now it's up to law enforcement. Now, guys, mention law enforcement. Now I know you're getting more rage and anger because of what is happening. But the lawyer, Mr. Wade, already engaged the government to bring on board. I know you guys were listening to his live on Gordon, to engage the FBI, Scotland Yard, whoever, to have an independent probe into the manner in which she died by drowning. If it was in a bathtub, if it was in the pool, whatever the case is. And that is where law enforcement comes in. That is the part I cannot talk about. So do not be running around telling people take money and so on. Ain't got no way. Million years, anybody could pay me for that young lady's life. So y'all don't stop with the nonsense. I did my part and I did it honestly. So we going on the road and burning down and do not wait. Let this thing go. Let the process. Oh my God. Again, I am trying not to use the word law enforcement or the police. I'm trying not to use that word. Mr. Wade has already engaged the government about getting help from the FBI and Scotland Yard to have an independent probe into why it took. Then gotta use the again. Law enforcement, so many hours to discover that young lady's body. All right, guys? So I'm humbly asking you guys, right? Stop the burning. Let us just let this thing, let the process continue. We all knew before that this whole thing happened, we all knew what took place. Now we have confirmation that it was water in the lung. But unfortunately, guys, we cannot determine, based on what the forensic specialists have said to me, whether or not the water came from the pool. Reason being also, right? It can be because of osmosis, it can be because the lung generally have a bit of water inside, can dilute the chlorine. This part, I'm being honest with you, I'm humble enough to let you guys know that that is out of my reach. I was trying to do the research to see where we can have the liquid. They have pieces of every part of the body being that was examined that will be processed meticulously. I keep using this word meticulously. I have never seen an autopsy. I don't like using autopsy.
Internet connection. Hope you all can still hear me. But anyway, that I think the gentleman speaking. Okay, good. Thank you, Ozzy. So I think this gentleman that we're hearing, he's a pathologist or forensic person. But wasn't there something that was said about her having thing in her nostrils, the cotton when they found her too, there was cotton in her nostrils. I don't know how true that is. If anybody can confirm or deny that thing, I'd appreciate it. Okay, yeah. So justice for Adriana. That's all I'm gonna say. She deserves the truth deserves to come out. Those who are responsible, because this is not a case of her um putting herself in the pool, because she was either already unalived or almost unalived when she was put in the pool to make it seem as though she, she drowned, right? The truth will come out, and I oh Lord, forgive me for my thoughts. Come my thoughts now, right about now. All right, moving right. Hey, James, morning. Moving right along. I know I saw Jack come up on stage. All right, let's keep it moving, folks. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Barbados' Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, long recognized as one of the most forceful voices for climate change on the global stage, has once again earned international acclaim, this time at the 2025 Earth Time Awards in New York City. At the ceremony on April 23, Motley was celebrated for her unwavering commitment to fighting the climate crisis, particularly on behalf of small island developing states like her own. Speaking before an audience that included world leaders, business executives, and climate advocates, Motley invoked the late Pope Francis's call for inclusive action, reminding everyone that the environmental challenge concerns and affects us all. Right, so congratulations to Mia Motley for her honor. It's so interesting that Pope Francis's name is mentioned in this article, because it just reminded me of JD Vance, and I think y'all know what I mean. Um, Everywhere JD Vance has gone is just bad luck. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's that the African side of me again coming to the forefront. Father, forgive me for my thoughts and the things I say. Mhm. Can somebody please keep JD Vance put? He doesn't need to be going around doing official business on behalf of the United States, because he seems to be leaving a trail of bad news wherever he goes. It's what the articles are that are being presented in the news are making me feel. But anyway, moving right along. According to Barbados Today.bb, the lack of early autism screening in Barbados remains a major concern. And this is according to the president of the Barbados Autism Association, Frank Johnson, who hopes that public events like the Autism Heroes Walk will help raise awareness and drive change. The main challenge is getting screening for the children early enough. A child should really be screened at 3 years old. It's a little difficult screening before three, but if a child has missed developmental milestones, you really should become aware that there may be a challenge involved. Johnson made the statement on Monday as over 200 men, women, and children took part in the annual Autism Heroes Fun and Wellness Walk and Cool Down Fair. And this just reminded me about an incident on Sunday. I'm going to ask folks who have autistic children who are autistic, and we know that um, they can be at various points on the spectrum. So on Sunday, before I say that, I'm going to ask the parents of autistic children, please, especially if they are on the far end of the spectrum, to be mindful when you're out with your children. Please be mindful. Not everyone is aware of the types of behavior that will be displayed. Not everyone is aware. On Sunday, I was in the supermarket and there was a family with their child. And yes, them look like me and them look like me, the family that look like me. They were out with their son, and I looking on his face, I want to say he's probably late teens, early 20s. That's what I'm gonna assume. He had in his earphones, and I guess I don't know what he was listening to. But I'm standing in front of the vegetables, and I hear this loud shouting. And the person is running and screaming and carrying on and stops right beside me. And I was frightened because I thought, what the heck? And instead of the parent apologizing, seeing that, because the parent or his family members, the women who were with him, looked me dead in my face. There was another woman shopping. I looked at her. She looked at me. I was in shock because I was frightened. I was like, what the heck is going on? But luckily enough, I was able to recognize quickly that this child is autistic. However, parents, please apologize to folks. All the mother or the woman did were to call out his name. Stop. Not one of them, I think it was 3 of them with him, not one of them looked at me and said, I'm sorry. Not one. I understand that their outbursts are uncontrollable. I get that. But if their behavior impacts someone else, the least you can do is apologize. That's it. I have been around people with autistic children who, when their children are having an episode, they apologize to the people around them. I think it's common courtesy. But instead, you look at me with disdain in your eyes as if me just, I haven't done anything. And my reaction, I think, was normal. Anybody would be frightened and startled because this young man is jumping up high in the air and screaming and then lands right beside me. I had no choice but to do this. It's okay. We will understand. All I'm asking is, just as you want us to have compassion for you and your situation and your child, please also have compassion for those around you. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Hey, Mr. Nemard, they expect you to understand. Yeah, but here's the thing, Alexa. What if you are not familiar? What if you are totally oblivious? What if? Don't take it for granted that everybody knows and is familiar with. And even though people may hear about it, read about it, watch it on TV, they don't grasp the full concept of it until they're face to face with it. There is no true understanding, right? And I'm not trying to be mean, none of that. I'm just saying, be respectful of others as we are respectful of you. All right? And no, I don't believe in keeping the children at home. Thank you, Mr. Nemard. I don't believe in keeping the children at home. They need to be brought out. They need to know how to exist in society. They need to be able to function. So I strongly support and recommend them being exposed beyond the circumference of just their families and the 4 walls of their home. I believe in that. All right. Go
But
ahead,
more
Alexa. Go ahead.
the fact is that, oh God, all when we have regular kids, right? We are make them run up when we go to supermarket. We are make them run up and down when we go to supermarket. Are we out with them?
So
We not do that.
no, we don't. But remember, with autism, depending on where they are on the spectrum, it's not always easy to control their actions and their behavior. It's
Yeah,
not.
but with three or no. With you say for me alone on the road with the child, then all right, not gonna try to do my best. But a three or no, yeah, a three or no as adults there with one child. They don't do that because what if that child you weren't as quick to say, or even this, you have people who will recognize that that child is autistic and still be violent and still be loud. It is not for the public to be understanding. Yes, in our own personal moral standing for us, yes, to be understanding. But it is not an unwritten code where we have to put up with you and your child. Do you understand what I mean? It's three of you out there supposed to be as unit watching this child. Do you get me? Try to make as much as of a plan when you're going out with kids like these because you never know who you're growing up and now run up in a, with that with a kid like that. I've been in places and a child just walk up to me and just hug me up. And I may have to say, hey baby, what's up? What's your name? And this child has his head on my breast. And I'm like, okay, he look like he retarded. And just had to play it off. And the person was just here like it's a regular day in a Jamaica. No, you don't do that. Because not everybody like people touch them, even children. So know what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah. Agreed. And as you're saying that, interestingly, Alexia, when we were at Frenchman school, a little boy took up one handful of sand. The parent watching the pitney, the parent is watching the child. Yes, them look like me. Let me put that out there. They look just like me. The parent is watching the child who is at the edge of the seashore there. The child took up a handful of sand and throw it on Marlon. Him throw it on the right one because if it was he's very lucky that Marlon is a patient person. The parent all know. Don't say sorry. And is it that parents, because children are small, they're allowing their children to do whatever, not reinforcing or not instilling certain just basic common courtesies in them? Children as young as 4-year-old will be cursing at adults and the parents are laughing. I've seen that. Oh, they're just a child and you think it's cute. No, it's not. It's not. Get a grip of your children, please. And I'm not talking about the autistic children now, although I clearly understand what Alexia is saying. But I know when they have their episodes, it's hard to control them. I'm talking about regular children now, normal children now, children who are not on the spectrum at all. Parents, may I beg you do teach your children right from wrong from the day they're born. Because if you don't teach them, the wrong person will. Okay. I'm telling you, Alexa, because if I did, some people, when they're done with the parent, okay, parents, be mindful of your children and their activities. I beg you to do. Next up, according to nowgrenada.com, Prime Minister Mitchell on a one-day official visit to Venezuela. This is interesting. This is his first official visit to the South American nation since becoming prime minister in June 2022. During the official visit on Monday, April 28, the prime minister was scheduled to hold high-level discussions with President Nicolas Maduro Moros to discuss key areas of interests. The visit underscores the long-standing relationship between Grenada and Venezuela and reflects both nations' shared commitment to strengthening bilateral relations and cooperation across various sectors, including agriculture, healthcare, education, and tourism. Press Secretary Nelia Etienne said that oil and gas discussions are not on the agenda for discussion. Oil and gas are not there, but if it is raised, they will share the outcomes as it comes the way of the press secretary. The release said that the government of Grenada reaffirms its commitment to fostering strong, mutually beneficial relationships with all its partners and looks forward to further deepening the bonds with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Interesting. Why is it interesting? Because of the US. And, will the US approve of this cozying up, so to speak, for the want of a better term? Or will the US frown upon Grenada and have a word with have a word with Mr. Mitchell? I don't know. Let's see how it goes. But I will say this, the world is moving in a different direction, and I'll keep it moving. Next up, according to Caribbean National Weekly.com, Haitian Minister of Health Bertrand Sinal has praised Cuba's long-standing international medical assistance, calling it a vital lifeline for nations in need, including his own. His remarks came during the 5th Cuba Salud 2025 Health Conference, which wrapped up on April 26 after 5 days of discussions involving more than 5,000 delegates from 88 countries across more than 400 activities. Speaking to the Cuban news agency CINAL, underscored the importance of Cuba's contributions to its renowned medical brigades and its efforts in training doctors from developing countries. He pointed to Haiti as a prime example, noting that over 2,000 Haitian doctors, himself included, have trained in Cuba over the years. So how does that go work out now with by the way, Rubio, he been quiet lately. Anybody hear anything about Marco Rubio? Hey, Rubian. Anybody hear anything about Marco Rubio lately? Or is it because I was on vacation out of touch with Marco Polo? But that's what he playing right now. So this is quite interesting. 5,000 delegates, 88 countries, 5 days of discussions at the 5th Cuba Salud 2025 Health Conference. And I'm laughing because Marco Rubio has Cuban roots, and our friends down here in Miami are reminding him of his Cuban roots every chance. I find it hilarious. All right, moving right along. Next up, Social Security Ministry set to visit families left homeless by Charles Street Fire. No, when I read this article, James, I thought about you, and I'll tell you why after we take a listen. This article can be found on Nationwide Radio, jm.com. So, Counselor for the Tivoli Gardens Division in West Kingston, Donovan Samuels. All right, let me stop the laughing. Get it together moments. Says the Social Security Ministry is set to visit the 4 families left homeless in the Charles Street area of West Kingston on Monday. Among the 4 families are 12 adults and 4 children. Let's take a listen to this soundbite.
So we have made contact with Social Security Ministry, and they are putting. They haven't been there as yet. They should be coming in early tomorrow morning. The residents who have been displaced will have to just make themselves comfortable tonight, and then tomorrow morning we will come in with whatever assistance can be offered at this time. That is where we are now, but the information has been passed on to the Social Security personnel, and then tomorrow now we knock heads together so best we can treat with everybody and everything at the same time.
Donovan Samuels, counselor for the Tivoli Gardens Division in West Kingston. Residents were alerted to the fire sometime after 8 a.m. The fire reportedly started on Charles Street and spread to Luke Street, gutting the houses built of mainly plywood and zinc. And I'm swallowing on that because I'm remembering going up into Islington, St. Mary, and being very angry. But anyway, let me not digress. Lining the sidewalk further down the road were pieces of furniture, gas cylinders, a refrigerator, and 2 mattresses that residents were able to pull from the burning dwellings. According to the Jamaica Fire Brigade, preliminary reports have revealed $10 million in losses so far. All right, so James, I don't know if you can talk, but here is where I thought about you and a conversation we had, if not last year, the year before. But I noticed that, Lord, forgive me, Lord, just please go ahead and forgive me for what I'm about to say and where my mind is heading. Was this deliberate or was this an accident? And the reason I'm asking if it was the reason I'm asking if this was deliberate or if this was an accident, I really want to know because last year, if I'm not mistaken, we had a couple of fires in areas that politically are JLP areas. And very quickly, the housing situation sat out. So, Tivoli, is it still a JLP stronghold? I think it is. I think y'all know where I'm headed. James probably can't talk right now. But yeah, $10 million for plywood and zinc housing. I saw zinc and plywood there now. Can I get a breakdown of the $10 million, please, and thank you? Of plywood and zinc. Okay. All right. Now let me go off on a tangent for a bit. Islington St. Mary. Who is an MP? Where's Google? Because I had to go into Islington St. Mary on the way back from Portland. I'm gonna tell you the truth. A pure bad word my cousin in my heart. Whoever the MP is for that area, the items in their houses also add to the value of. You're right. You're absolutely right, Robian. So you know I should not. $10 million though, Robian. 10. All right. So Islington St. Mary. Who is the MP for Islington? Let me just jump on in Jamaica. Yeah, same one. Let's see. Port Maria, St. Mary South, Anata Bay, Hugh Brand, Dr. Norman Dunn. I don't know which one this is. I'm gonna look for one map right now. But whoever the MP is for Islington, gonna need to come to the front of the room. How long have you been? I have a few questions. How long have you been representing Islington St. Mary? When was the last time you drove on the roads in Islington St. Mary? And I shouldn't even be calling those roads. I'm sorry. I would even want to put a donkey on the road for fear that he breaks his legs. How often do you visit your constituency? When was the last time you go? Did you drive on those roads? Did you walk through the community? Have you spoken to your constituents? These people pay taxes. Whether it's PAYE, what come out of them paycheck, formally, or them pay informally via GCT when them go shopping. And what have they got in return? I mean, I want to go to the people in the community and fling down marl and fuel and gravel and then spray it black with tar. That is not fixing the roads. Because one heavy shower rain, the whole of that wash away. Who is holding you accountable? Clearly no one. And I will ask the residents of Islington St. Mary, you to come to the front. Is that all you want for yourselves? Don't you think you deserve better? You have to hold the fire to your representatives, parish council, and MP. Wake up. Demand more for your communities. Don't make people treat you like a box food. And I know today on a stay so. Me can tell. How? When I look at all the structures in Islington along the route that I had to go, and years when I put up with this. Years. And not today. You have become complacent. You have become comfortable with people treat to know like substandard humans. Yes, may I call it what it is. How I look at it, how I see it. So when an election coming up, not true. Don't we have elections coming up? When our representatives come out, whether they're donned in green or orange, I don't know say shower, I don't know say power. Does it go beyond that? Huh? Does it go beyond that? Or is that where it stops? If uno no sick and tired of the situation where uno living in, me sick and tired for uno because it's deplorable. And I'm not mincing words. I'm not pretty up nothing. So anybody who know who the MP for the Islington St. Mary area is, bigger send them the message. And yes, please send it to them loud and clear. The pretty top. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. That every election cycle, you go before your constituents with a bag of false promises. Me don't know. I'm going to give them a 5,000 or a 10,000, a box food and a crate of juice. I don't know. You buy them vote? Me don't know. And then once you have secured that position, that seat, you turn your back on the people then. You is a wicked. Yeah. I mean, now I mince my words. You is a wicked to do that. It is time for persons who are involved in politics, who say they are representing their communities. It is time for you all to do the work of the people, for the people. The same people who get up out of their yard and go polling station, go vote for you, because they believed in your false promises. It is time for us to stop taking advantage of poor people. Them fed, well, if them not fed up, me fed up for them. The one bag of zinc fence, a pure zinc fence. I never see some zinc fence in a one community. Yet, never. But you know something? I can't put the blame solely on the members of parliament, the political representatives. I can't do that. I have to put some accountability in the on the laps of the residents. You have not demanded more for yourselves. And you know something? Here's what, and I get it. Being in the same situation, the same environment, day in, day out, can become daunting. And it can be overwhelming. So I'm going to make a suggestion to you, the citizens. We're going to come together as a community and one by one clean up the yard then. Do a little housekeeping, a little gardening, spruce up the place a little bit. It will feel better. And you see, the more you do that, the more you'll be inclined to want more and demand more for yourself. Just even if you take a whitewash and paint over some stones and create, do something so it doesn't look dreary. Next thing now, they'll call out the whole of the representative them across the island. And I know people might say, well, these things are not priority. Every single town look the same. Congested. Jam up. Every town. But we come about one particular group of people. Lord, forgive me for this one. Again, Father, I have sinned in thought, word, and deed. Do we have a town planning council that sees to the aesthetic of towns being maintained? Just asking. Seeing to it that buildings on Main Street, on any Main Street, in every town, seeing to it that they're, them have a nice, I don't know if facade is the right word to use. I am not very posh at a soldier. May I ask for basic, simple things? I don't care about the age of the buildings in the towns. I care about the preservation, because these old buildings, these antique structures, they add, what the word, Lord, you box the word out of my head, add a soldier. But they add to the community. They really do. But can we clean them up, see to it that they're maintained, preserved? Get a tone that my face live. And it's every tone. And as you're passing through from town to town on the north coast there, and I'm talking from St. Ann to Portland, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Do our representatives drive on these roads any at all? Aesthetics, yes. Thank you, Adesoji. Aesthetics. Yes, I'm huge on aesthetics. I'm very big on aesthetics. Insignificant to many, inconsequential to many, but for me, it lifts my spirit. And it can lift, surprisingly, it can lift your self-esteem, You know that? It can lift your self-esteem. Those little things that we claim not to have money for can lift you up. But every town look the same. And as we're going along 10-story in I want to backside beach. Hey, we not say no beach, then the Jamaicans don't have access to beaches. No. So I can't rub me out for this. I can't rub me out properly for this. I'm not clear. There are beaches. I see beaches. I saw beaches. But they're dirty. So let me ask that question. You want me to spend my money, clean it up, and then I don't want to take it over? How about everybody come together and clean up on the beaches? Beaches are there, but we don't want to go on it because it is littered. The beach is littered. Plastic bottle, this, that, what's it, not just fling down. I went on a couple of them, and that's why I can't talk. You can just park up your car or your vehicle and walk right onto the beach. Public space, open. You don't have to pay no money. Right off the road onto the beach. But then dirty. Dirty by who? And yes, I know that litter will wash ashore. So clean it up. I don't know. I just saw me look on it. You turn away from what is readily available to you. You don't see the value in what you have access to. But to not find time to complain about the price. Yes, I understand there is an issue when we talk about privatization, but there are beautiful spaces that all on a need for do as communities is come out, get some garbage bag and clean up the place. That's it. Our community, do communities have leaders in it? I'm not talking about the political representatives now, but do communities have leaders in them? People who will rally the troops and say, you know, come, let's go out and clean up. Let's spend a weekend on the beach, taking up all the plastic bottles, the glass containers, whatever, plastic bags, paper, this, that, and the other. Do we have community leaders who can get people together? Because you know what's going to happen if you do that? You are going to be creating an opportunity within said communities. Oh, what are these opportunities? All right. So on one side of the street, you have people with their little shops, right? People selling their wares, geared toward the tourists, right? Jamaican memorabilia, right? You have those stores there or shops there. People on the piazzas set up. You have the little cook shops, people selling them like a food and thing. Guess what? You see a clean beach on the side, say, no, I'm going to pull up, I'm going to stop and dock right here, so. Chances are, I'm going to want something for eat, I'm going to want something for drink, so I'm going to go across the street and get something to eat and drink. That's money being pumped into your community. Can we stop being closed-minded and start short-sighted? Stop waiting for government to do for everything for UNO. Do for yourself sometimes. It don't hurt. It doesn't hurt to do for yourself. Hold on a second. Lord of mercy. All right, I'm trying to get to the thing here. Okay. Do for yourself. Hey, niece.
Hey, you just said something that persons should come together and clean up the beach. Yeah? It's funny you said that because recently, when I say recently, within the last 12 months, there's a community in Westmoreland along the North Coast. What they did exactly that. And then the government, I don't know if it's government or private persons, came in and put up signs and said private property. Yeah? No consultation with the community. And now there's ongoing litigation with the community and them trying to ascertain what happened, when, and what have you. Understand that little Ochi in Ocherias, that beach across from Dunsero Falls there, that's exactly what happened. Understand that that beach, when you leave Ocherias going to Prospect, that's exactly what happened there. Yeah, these were places that the communities, they used to go there on every holiday or whatever event or whatever it was. They saw potential in the beach. They cleaned it up. The government steps in. They got their government persons involved. The government then steps in under the UDC captured, just like Dunsero Falls. UDC capture it. So persons are reluctant to clean it up because they think that if they do, I'm thinking that if they do, this is what's going to happen to them. The government is then going to move in and try and privatize and take it over, which is very sad, right? And I mean, I've always said, who did UDC buy Dunsero Falls from?
But isn't UDC a representative? Hold on a second. Let me go jump on Google here.
Urban Development
Corporation.
It is a vital organization.
Yes,
right?
It's supposed to be.
But if you're going to take away a potential free access space from a community, you need to give them something back. If you're going to take if you identify a spot, give them 10% and you take 90%. Something. Leave something there for the community. Just like in Puerto Rico, in Discovery Bay, where you have the Fisherman's Beach on the other side, so you can still go there freely. So something like that. You have the paid section, and then you have the free section. If you're going to privatize something, leave something for the community that is just as developed. It's the same thing with the beach by Runaway Bay, by the gas station, whatever that one is named. It's the same thing. Yes, they put up a structure there. I think they put up lifeguards. They put something for somebody to house a restaurant, but it's free access to the public. Give back something to the community if you identify a spot. Because UDC development is important. And as you rightly said, it's bringing people, it's bringing economic traffic to your community. So it is essential. And the development of it is essential.
So, niece, question. That being said, and if we notice that this is a pattern, right, where people will clean up and then UDC come in and do whatever them do, shouldn't they then try to have a meeting of minds, community leaders, community representatives, along with the UDC, so that there is a partnership? Now, the Urban Development Corporation, folks, out of Jamaica, has been around since 1968. The UDC has sought to transform Jamaica's most viable urban centers and strategic rural towns whilst preserving the natural environment and spurring economic development. Now, that is why a partnership needs to ensue, niece.
When Bahia was conceived, how much years ago? They created communities, they created partnerships and groups to meet with the developers, to meet with the government, to meet with all the stakeholders that would have been involved. They were thinking about the environment, they were thinking about the community access, they were thinking about community traffic and development, right? All of that was going on, but yet still, they're still having the same problems down there. It's the same thing when they were building the highway leading into Ocho Rios. That entire historic area, when you land in Ocho Rios, that area that is leading into Ocho Rios, where there's a wheel or a windmill or something.
Right near to the port.
Right. That entire area is a historic area that should not be sold. We're hearing that it has been given to the Chinese for development, for them building their own lands. This is waterlands. Lawlands, Laughing Waters, which was fully public. No, it wasn't fully public. You had a private house on one side. You could gyp squeegee through the little, the bush and go down to the beach. You could gyp squeegee through the bush and go down to the beach, and you were left alone because that section was public beach. Now, apparently the Chinese have taken over and you can't do that anymore, right? At some point, there's going to be a breaking point because it's the same thing that they tried to do with Little Ochi. The people went down there and developed it because they can't afford to go down Zero Falls. UDC then comes out, we're going to take it over and fix it up and charge a fee. And it's going to cause a problem. So it's a huge issue in Jamaica in general. The government is trying to make everything look pretty and safe and inviting because the entertainment of the area has potential. The community does not want to pay, so they've created their own little spaces. The government is saying, no, we want to charge a fee for it. This is our land, we want to charge a fee for it. So I don't know what the break-even point is going to be, but there has to be something there. I mean, the only way to get away from it is, okay, fine, you have to have something for the community for them to have access to it, where there's not an additional cost, where they can have access to bathrooms if that's your concern. They can have access to a building that has, like wash sink and proper disposal of garbage. And if those are your concerns, put in those things. put in those things. We're charging out taxes to persons who are coming in to visit, that they can use that to do cleaning and clean up and give back to the community.
So how do we, niece, move past the worry that if I clean up, them are gonna take it from me? We have to, and this is where communication has to come into play. Thank you, Julie, thank you, Rasola, thank you, John. This is where communication has to come into play. Because if we recognize that this is the MO, me personally, I would make that stop me from cleaning up my environment, my immediate environment, because I know I stand to benefit.
So, hotels, we had a program in a hotel that I worked at where every holiday or specific times, we would go and clean up the beach on the left and the beach on the right. And I think if other organizations, and mind you, the hotel will have more than 100 staff. Very few organizations outside of a hotel will have 100 staff that they can pull and say, hey, let's go clean up the beach, and get that full participation, because that involves transportation, that involves feeding them for the day, that involves putting them in a branded shirt or something like that to promote what it is that you're doing. If more organizations like that, just okay, fine. If you do this, any expense that you incur is going to be tax deductible, something like that to encourage that kind of behavior. Then I think, hey, listen, how many persons are unemployed in Jamaica?
Oh, I'm glad you bring that up, because that's the next thing we're going to touch on.
Well, it has gone down now. It has gone down tremendously now, but we still have a lot of unattached youth through boys brigade, girls brigade, youth groups can come together and do these kind of things, and they should be getting funding from the Community Development Fund.
I'm glad you touch on yes, putting these young people to use and paying them, not for free, paying them. Now, niece, from Montego Bay, from St. James all the way to Portland, there was a running theme, in addition to the need to improve the structures along the way and clean up the place a little bit more. A running theme, I tell you what that running theme is. Young men, I don't see so many young women, but young men just sit down and rub out their hand middle, lean up, sit down, or whatever upon a wall, gathered in small groups. And this is in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day. Now work, how do they eat and sleep? How do they live? How do they live? Where do they get money from? If this is what they do day in, day out, you get up and you sit down on the roadside or hitch up somewhere. Them have them smartphone in a them hand. Some of them, where do they get their money from? That's the question. And I asked somebody that question. I said, what are the person just laugh and say you don't want to know. So the young people who just get up every day, lay, ray, tay, can we have the government gainfully employ them on a cleanup mission across the island?
If you go around these guys, and I mean, going back to what you had said earlier, that persons living in these zinc structures, they can still sweep, they can still paint up little here and there, put little white stones, put stones there and whitewash them, or have a fancy wall. Little things that they can do to kind of titivate up the areas, what we call it, and bring a sense of pride to where they are. Yeah. And I promise you, well, a few of them that I have encountered, if you go around them and you conduct yourself in a wholesome manner, and you start sweeping or cleaning or doing something to maintain your area, they will come and assist you. If you don't act, well, most of them, like I said, the ones that I've encountered. Let me speak for myself. The ones that I've encountered, right? And for the few that I've had to ask, hey, can you assist me with this? It was a resounding yes. It was never any pushback to say, no, I can't do this. No, this is too big for me. No, I'm not helping. No. So if the politicians conducted themselves in a certain way, and if they are able to rally the community, or even the forget about the politicians, as a community, if they conduct themselves in a certain way and they clean up in a certain way, and if they see them doing it enough, and you get them involved and say, all right, fine, we'll give you a patty here, they can't pay you, but we will give you a patty. Respect is going to be formed, a relationship is going to be formed, right? And that is not going to help them long term. But at least you see the potential in them, because once you start talking to that youth and you realize, you know what, he's in this position, but this is not his final destination. Let me help him. Let me help him one step further. It may be you send him to heart. You probably never hear about heart before in them life. Let me send him to heart to do, so you can do this. You can do plumbing. You can do electrical. You can do, look, if you paint the front of the building here, so we will pay you. If you wash the patio, what you call it, the front piazza right there, so we will pay you. Right away, have a job cleaning. Right away, have a job painting, just by starting one area. But it takes a community to get them involved and to be a part of it, not saying, okay, fine, hey, government responsible for them. No, it gone bad already, right? Each one teach one. Be a mentor to at least one person.
Thank you for seconding my thought and what I uttered. Just says that happens everywhere. If your neighbors see a start in the community, most will follow. Absolutely, and that is why I was saying we need community leaders. When I spoke about Islington, St. Mary, somebody in the community must can get up and say, you know what? On a Saturday morning, let us dedicate 2 hours. And we start at this end of the community, and we take with time and work towards the other end of the community. And you know what will happen too? What can stem out of that? Corporate assistance. Yeah. But a lot of times we sit down waiting on somebody to do it for us. No, we have to take the initiative. Someone now do nothing anyway, so get up and go do that. Or not get up every day, now do nothing, still now make $1. So make yourself useful, uplift your community, and somebody driving by might just spot you and say, hey, you can come just do a work for me. It's like, how many of us have done internships? Many of us do internships where we do things and not get paid. Especially if you're an entrepreneur, you know what it is to do an internship. Because when you're not done meeting no bills and not left for yourself, an internship, that there's no profit to be had for yourself. Because everything have to go back into the business. You have to you have to pay your people and all these things. Yeah, that's why we are doing internship as entrepreneurs. But we don't look at it that way. Folks, we need community leaders. And I'm not talking about parish council representatives, and I'm not talking about but interestingly enough, how niece, I don't know if you know the story about how our parish council representative ended up in that situation. You know the story behind it? So our parish council representative, she used to help people. Yes, same one. She used to help people. And it is through her helping the less fortunate that she was encouraged by the community to get involved. Mm-hmm. She was encouraged, and and so it happened for her, and that was the journey. Ever walk in our slippers and handbag and jeans with her hair in a ponytail, not removed from her community. Helping the indigent, the less fortunate, the disenfranchised. That is how she got her start.
I think she has so much to offer. And I think I'm sure there are many like her. And I know she's getting frustrated sometimes because I think one of the things that they're all at a disadvantage with is coming into the position from that grassroots. A lot of them don't understand the dynamics of all the departments in government and how they can assist, because you can't always go to the community to ask for help. There are times when you have to use the funding that has been provided for them, and it's the importance of knowing where this funding is. And I think that is something that the government needs to do. They need to provide ongoing training for especially the newcomers who are just coming into politics, for them to understand the different rules, or have them work a year or 6 months in all of the different departments, giving them a chance to understand the role of the different departments that will assist them in developing their community.
We sure we want that, don't we? Because
Yeah,
or are we going to be teaching them to be corrupt too?
you know what? That is for the auditors or the auditing of the systems to prevent that from happening. But empowering somebody with education about what is happening around them, you're always going to be at risk of that. So I think it is important to them, because I think she will be an even more powerful candidate as a person if she knew all the different entities and not just her. Like I said, I've seen others with the greatest of intent, but because they don't know where the resources are, they get frustrated because they keep pulling on the community. The community can't always give it to them, and they want to help. They start a program and can't finish, but the funding is there. The funding is there, and it has not been tapped into. And these persons who are in these community development things, I don't know where the public relations disconnect is, why they're not reaching out to their community councillors to say, hey, we have this amount of funding that is earmarked for this. Do you have any programs you'd like to have budgeted for this year? Because that's another approach that we can take. Have the persons within these organizations reach out to the councillors to say, hey, we have funding for this via the council, the parish council. We have funding for this. These are the headlines of what you can do. Do you have anything you'd like to have earmarked? Because if you look around, there's some parishes that are doing a lot better than others. Why? They all have the same resources. It's knowing where to tap into it.
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable ask. Not too hard. To have a formal system in place for everyone who is aspiring to enter into politics, whatever the realm, whether you're going to go into local politics, which is at the parish council level, or you are aspiring to end up in the House of Representatives. Yeah, that's reasonable to me. I support that. But it is upon you to walk the straight and narrow, not to fall into the open mouths of, the system where politicians end up serving themselves first. Everybody knows, says that there's a school where all politicians go when you get to a certain level. The whole world know that there's one school for every politician around the world, no matter what country you're in, because all come out doing the same things. I'm not put my mouth on ground at that. don't know, son alive. All of the same. It's as though, okay, I want to be a member of parliament, or I want to be a congressperson, or I want to be a senator, I want to be this. Okay, here's the handbook. Follow the rules to the T. Because they all operate the same way. And then you have people like me now who will want to get into representational politics to do good for the people, and we're pushed out. We have a few who have been pushed out. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Thank you, Lise. But back to the article at hand, we ended up in the rabbit hole. Social Security Ministry is set to visit the families who were left homeless by Charles Street fire in Tivoli Gardens. And I am wondering if this fire was deliberate arson or if it was an accident. Yeah, I hope it was an accident and not something done deliberate. Granted, it may be the only way for people to get improved dwellings to live in. In 2025, nobody in Jamaica is like the first world country of the Caribbean. No, I'm not jabbing at any other Caribbean island. This is what I'm saying. It is like, I should say, a first world country of the Caribbean. Jamaica boasts about how much revenue is poured into the coffers, right? We hear about how we are looked at on the global scale. Just recently, if I'm not mistaken, we have an article here. Here it is coming up. The World Bank highlights Jamaica as model for the region amid global uncertainties. Well, let us make Jamaica a place where everyone can have some level of prosperity. And I'm not talking millions of dollars, right? Prosperity, I don't know what it means to you, but for me, water, electricity, safe communities, road, good health care, good education, free, at least up until the first degree. Asking for too much? Probably. Utopianistic? A little. Right? Everybody working, everybody having that sense of pride, getting up, feeling good, at least 98% gainfully employed, whether it's in their own business or working for somebody else, being an employer or an employee or just an entrepreneur. It is possible. But there are too many disparities and inequities. There's a lax, so to speak. Yeah. I remember a couple of weeks ago, I asked the question, why is it that certain communities remain in the state that they are in? Ask that question, you know. I know the answer. And it's not nobody. This is my personal feeling. There's a benefit to be had from keeping certain communities looking a certain way and keeping certain people within certain brackets. There has to be a benefit. Otherwise, why wouldn't you? Because how am I going to get a neighborhood, a community, and not seek to uplift this community? Next up, according to Nationwide RadioJM.com, unalivings are down by 37%. Unalivings have fallen by almost 37% since the start of the year when compared to the corresponding period last year. That's according to the latest crime data from the JCF. It says up to April 26, 225 homicides had been committed. That is 130 fewer than the 355 unalivings recorded in the corresponding period last year. St. Andrews South Police Division continues to be a hot spot, leading the country's unaliving tally with 31. St. Catherine South is second with 22. 3 divisions have seen an increase in homicides. They are St. Mary, Portland, and St. Thomas. Meanwhile, shootings have declined, or pew-pewings have declined by 30%, coming in at 244 up to April 28. Graping is down by 42%. However, the JCF says break-ins have increased by 230%. Robberies have also increased by 144%. All right, how are we going to fix this, folks? What's the POA? Do we have something do we have a plan that is measurable, that we're going to be implementing in increments so that we can have incremental assessments done? Because this is not good to have an increase of 230% in break-ins and a 144% increase in robberies. That is not good. It's telling that as prosperous as Jamaica is, we have too many who are lacking, too many without, too many not being able to make them two-hand clap. We have a problem. I don't think people just get up and thief, say. Please put affordable before all of those. Okay, this. I honestly think that if everyone is able to sustain themselves and look after themselves and them family, then there would be no break-ins. There'd be no reason to break in. What me I got thief for? What me I thief for? But I have my money. But I have my money, so what me I thief for? And I will tell you that people are, I think, to a great extent, are prideful people. And Jamaicans, you know, so there's a bossy set of people. Every Jamaican is a celebrity. So don't make them have to say this about to know at all. Make we fix this. So Niece is saying CCTV cameras and proper laws. I don't know if quite frankly, even here in the US, I don't think CCTV cameras are truly a deterrent the way we want them to be, to the extent that we want them to be. Because people see the big camera, they know so the camera them depend the light post them at the intersections, everywhere you turn them a scan you. And then commit them crime same way. Them pull out them pew, them do what them doing same way. So are CCTV cameras truly effective? And if they are, how effective are they? What I have found is that they come in on the back end. No, sir. How many times you watch the news and you say the crime was committed, but now they have the footage to be able to pursue assailants. So do they really work as a people are up on people front door? Got people front door go take out their Amazon package or whatever FedEx packages. They don't care. And I see the camera, them see the ring camera. All they do is pull up, cover traffic, cover them face or whatever. Some of them don't even care about that. Them brazen. So are CCTV cameras truly effective?
That's the beauty with a small community, because somebody must know them. You have JPs, you have church, you have primary school, you have the man on the corner selling in box drink. Yeah, somebody must know the person. Somebody going to know him at some point in time. I wouldn't say it is an effective deterrent, but I'm sure it slows it down. Because if they know that, hey, their pictures out there circulating, they're probably not going to take the chance and repeat that offense anytime soon.
So Niece just says they can only be effective if you have someone watching 100% of the time. Meaning, that they're watching, but they should be able to call the forces in right away.
No, the camera. Remember, the camera has storage, so you can always replay, or you can capture that saved video. They've stolen goats from the front of our yard before. I don't know why the goat was in the front of the yard. They stole a goat from the front of the yard. Now that takes skill, yeah. And for whatever reason, the camera did not move. Don't ask me how that happened. The camera did not capture any footage of it. Yeah. But at least they would have seen the camera, and they're probably, wondering if, they're on the radar to be picked up or whatever it is.
Yes.
Go ahead, Alexia.
They wrap up in a file paper for this to scramble the camera. They wrap up in a file paper.
Wrap up what?
They wrap up the they wrap up the
I can't. No, they crumble up foil and have it. No man, and the people them skilling on this. Them skill bad.
So long and short of it, there will be no more goats. And they've stolen goat cows from us before. So yeah, all that small garden farming that would have been ideal. Yeah, none of that. For the fun of it, yeah, none of that. Because the person who is sowing is not the person who is reaping, you know? So
That brazen bad enough. Brazen, and the soldier said goat napping in Jamaica. Yeah, but a long time that I go on, and the soldier, a big thing that people have been unalived for goat napping in Jamaica, you know. When you go to the community, they catch you with their goat because they know the spot for the goat.
yeah, man, your goat is safe up until about 2 weeks before a party. You make sure you move that goat before any general holiday or big party holiday. Move the goat inside. The goat is safe outside, roaming, minding my own business up until that time.
Adisoji, I have a joke for you, real quick. Back in the day, it came on the news that there was a traffic stop and it was a taxi, red plate. And when the police pull over the taxi and ask for the papers and whatever, and the police, same as him hand back, the papers them, him here, meh. And the police, now pay it no mind to the mirror answer, meh. When him look, the police looking at a taxi, and it's like him can't make out why must see. You know what happened? The man them thief want hold up a goat and tie them a certain way that them sit up and put on clothes on them and glass. I pass them off as regular people in a taxi.
I did not ring the bell all day. I have not rung the bell at all.
Police are stop bus. With how can you hold 12 cow, 12 fully grown cow in a one bus and none of them are dead?
In a bus, no. 12 cow can't hold in a
Yeah, in our flats, you know, on a flat screen them 12 cow in a one flat
What you call a flat screen?
Oh God, man.
Flat screen.
I know the short agate bus them, man. I want them with a big flat screen bus. Them I use as passenger
like
bus.
A coaster, something like
no, in a big like coaster. 12 of them.
Regular mini bus, but you have some that have like a pointy nose, and you have some that are just like a square.
Like square, a big head. Like the top height kind of highish, but not like a coaster. Yeah, 12 fully grown cows. And none of them are dead. They just tie them one certain way.
I love being Jamaican. Jamaica has to be God's favorite channel.
Hold on. So if you can't help but ask this question. So if you nab somebody's goat and you're caught with it, what would you say? You're going for a walk with it? You're walking the goat, or what would you say?
Them a CHOP you up.
But what would the excuse you give for being caught with said goat? You're walking.
Them an excuse. They don't need an excuse from you. Them know,
okay.
Them know say I know your goat. Them know who the goat belongs to, and it's jungle justice come out for you. I teeth a man, bread and butter. We have to come to my community contact for my things, and that is where the community them rally behind each other.
How do you know the goat? How do you know the goat is yours?
Oh, you mean?
The goat is on.
Listen, I just told you we used to have goats too.
The goats look all the same.
No, no, you know your goat and you know your cow. You know them, I tell you.
Ours was a pet, so yeah, we kind of know him, and he knows us because like whenever we come out, they start making a specific type of noise and they will follow us, so we know them.
Somebody ate your pet?
That's my uncle.
Yeah, it's our pet.
My uncle just told me that he even heard of them pull over bus full of a pig dressed like people. Yeah.
What is going on?
Jamaica nice, man. Me not tell no lie. These are very creative.
No, that's why they had come up and said, okay, fine. If you are going to purchase an animal now, you have to have a receipt, and that receipt has to be. There's a specific book that you have to have, and the receipt is linked to you. So whoever you buy it from, you should have a receipt from that farmer, and it will be in his book as well. They should be able to match it back. And then that's why when Satan said that he was going to put in the chips, the thing, I'm like, yeah, but thinking about it, they can cut that out, you know? So yeah, it's a good idea. The book thing, it works to a certain point, but these guys are moving in the night when everybody's asleep, going back to the cameras. Yeah.
Yes, I think that people should just run out a serious perimeter fence around the property and get it electric charged. When everybody come in at 7 o'clock, you turn it on. Anybody cross the border, get the shock of their life.
You have to be careful with that, though, Alexia. That's something you have to be really careful with, because you might be the one that gets shocked. Just saying, family member.
Listen, 6 or 1, half a dozen of the other. No protect your yes. I protect your things, don't. Yeah, man, send one 320 current. That's how you go. Through fence. Me make sure all of off up in the ear. No.
Yeah, look how Mr. President asked, but no, it's a secret. You have to make it very clear.
What are children doing running up to my fence at 12 o'clock at night?
Yeah, but if they stay out to be naughty, come on, yeah, you're one.
Listen, me have my rule in my yard. 11:30 in the house. Anybody catch outside of that, gonna stay out there. Me
Okay,
protect my property.
I wouldn't do that. That's inhumane. In my
But it's instrumental. So I've heard cows, goats, and pigs. So which means Jamaicans are ethical. They don't do chicken.
Chicken cheap. They don't bother with that. No, actually, with teeth, your chicken out there fall out of your coop. But we're not the pan, I'm under the pan fall. I'm under the pan fall. They don't want that. What kind of human rights issue she want violate? So about the cow rights and the goat rights?
No, but Alexia, I wouldn't do that.
Yes.
I would rather put up a sign on my property. Trespassers will be pew-pewed. Or prosecuted, but I would not put an electric fence, because that right there is begging for trouble.
But trouble at 12 o'clock at night, and somebody go ask that. During the day, I wouldn't have it up. It is my protection at night. What you're doing on my property at night?
Don't stand down. I like your idea. Shut the backside out of them, because guess what? If nobody sees you stealing them, how are you going to prove that you actually stole it? Yeah. So the burden of proof will not stand up in court, right? So shut them behind.
Yeah, the proof would be the police would have come out, they come see them still holding the fence. You understand me?
I'm very skeptical. Okay. That wouldn't work for some folks. Reason being, if you have 24-hour security, for example, let us say you have security with Hawkeye, and Hawkeye has access to your property 24/7. They come and you don't even know that they're there. That can be a problem. You know, if they have to come in while you're sleeping to do a walk around and stuff. Yeah, that would me can't tell a person that wouldn't work for us, because we have Hawkeye security 24 hours. You don't know when they're gonna pop up on your property. So can you imagine the Hawkeye person come in and end up unalive at your gate, or no?
Okay, I got more. And if me have that, me not need Hawkeye. Me have Shakai. That is it.
Right. So, morning. So we're looking at a lot of preventative. We're looking at a lot of preventative methods. The question is, why is a lot of people within the general public complicit in accepting it. Because the people that are stealing, they have customers.
How good are you?
A lot of the people that, for instance, if you know a guy, you in a community, you know a guy have one pig. If he's selling pork every week, where the pig coming from? I mean, I think there is a certain level of responsibility that comes from the general public also. You understand? To deter things like that. Because I know certain places in in certain countries, if somebody you're alleged to be stealing pigs, nobody want pork from you. People would not do business with you, you would go out of business. You understand? I know you have certain things, people see something, they would report you. So this thing, take the Jamaicans, I think you have a culture, the informer thing, you don't inform. I know in other countries, they see you, they inform the police. They call the police on you, they inform on you, everybody's an informer. So there's less incentive to do these things. And I think we have to go back to instilling some of that. I mean, it wouldn't solve the total problem, but it will encourage it. It's like you see people somebody selling something that you know they don't belong to them. And in these communities, they know the thieves are, you know. A lot of them know who are the people doing the stuff, you know. The businesses that is buying from them, man, as zero tolerance, take away their business license. Forthwith, put them out of business, make examples of them. Sooner or later, the cost of doing business with people doing these nefarious things will be too much for you to take the risk. You have to make it that costly. You buy a stolen good knowingly, once you could be prosecuted for that, you're no longer a butcher. And let people weigh it and say, listen, is it worth it for me buying a stolen goat to lose my butcher shop? These are the kind of stuff you have to do, because you could put how much fence, you could put electricity. People have means of getting around it. There will be the cameras and all the stuff. You have to start to prosecute. The few people you catch, you have to start to make them examples as a deterrent, and you have to put incentives for people to inform. Whatever it is, anonymous numbers, whatever it is. And when you get that call, you have to act swiftly. So you have to make it a point where you have a department that is efficient to prosecute these things. That there is no long-lasting trials. You have to be efficient because it is affecting a lot of things. You're telling me that if I have a few goats, I could barely afford the goats. I have to buy fence too to make sure the goats stay in my yard.
Oh,
And even when they stay in my yard, somebody. Yeah, but I'm saying even if I have to ensure the security is not for the goat, you're telling me to put up security for people stealing my goat. If I'm a farmer and have a plot of land and I go and somebody steal half my goats. I mean, that's ridiculous. So what is the incentive to do it? And we're laughing because it's good, but it spills over to other things.
It does.
We're talking about feeding ourselves. When a farmer spend months preparing a crop, and when time to harvest, and you go, somebody harvest before you. Everything. You have no money now to buy seeds. You don't know if to replant, because if you replant and the same thing happened to you, what happened? So these kind of things has to be taken serious because they're affecting the country. Especially in a case where we have food security issues. How could farmers be going through these things? It is a priority. And you have to criminalize it, make them terrorists.
Mr. President,
do whatever is necessary to do.
You know what is the main problem here, Mr. President, especially in Jamaica? I'm going to be honest. There are rules, there are regulations, but whomever they tasked to carry out these regulations and to do the persecution, we see that they don't take the post seriously. There's no one body, I believe, that is tasked. When your animal is stolen, you are told, all right, go to the police station, right? You go to the police station and you make a complaint, right? I'm telling you that the police down there don't know how to handle it. Because if them can't even find a missing child, goats look like goats. And in Jamaica, especially the small goat farmer, they don't necessarily mark their animals. Niece, if I'm wrong, correct me. And moments, right? So when I go and I say, listen, them T5, I'm a goat them, you know. You know what the police probably are going to ask me? You register with RADA, you register with so and so. Me I go say no, because that is it. That is the reality. You get what me I say? There is no. I don't want to make this sound funny, but I only way I can put it. There is no livestock task force that is out there that farmers can go to and say, listen, this is the situation. Right? That is the situation.
I'm laughing. I really am not supposed to be
Right?
laughing.
There's the much if them find the goat them, if them catch the people them with the animal them have a impound and you have to come with paperwork or something no, you know, to collect your something them. To say your own. What happened to them farmer who never did mark him one them? Because I only 5 him did have. We have legislation, but we don't have nobody to carry it out, brother. And that's the problem. Yeah, we don't have a specific task force. We know. I don't know if they don't want to spare the manpower, or they don't. The government don't have the money for it, or what. You know, where we live, a big time residential area, you know, Cardiff, you know. And when you're ready, you see one man I go through with him bus and him call them and them the call that on the road all man are there. Me I'll just tell us something. And when we just move up there, so me I say, then all them a call you just can't depend on the road. They're not afraid somebody if you call them. And when my landlord tell me, say, make they ever touch one. Them have to care back, he call, come put it back. Me I say, what you say? Him say, them they want the freest animal them in the whole of Jamaica. So it's either you do the electric fence or we are going to go over and go, get up. Oh.
So
It's a combination of what Mr. President said and what Alexia said, because rightly so, even then, if you take a very obvious case to court, okay, let's use the most publicized one, or publicized two, which was a light bulb scandal involving the politician, where he was caught with the bulbs, literally, and he was set free because they claimed they didn't have enough evidence. And then we have, on the other side, we have the king of dancehall, who everybody knows he was guilty, but there was no evidence against him, so they couldn't hold him, right? It's the same. The police have already made up their mind, because a lot of cases, they get the people, they capture them, they take them into court. The judge says, where's your evidence? So the criminal looks at the police, laughs him in his face, and he walks through the court system free, right? So the legislation needs to be there, and it needs to be thoroughly put together. I mean, Alexia, in March, RADA has been encouraging persons to become livestock officers, which goes back to what Mr. President said. This is giving snitch a title. That's what it is. They're giving persons who will snitch a title, which is the way to go. That's the only way that there's going to be a dent. It has to be a collective effort of a little bit of everything to make an effort. The butchers are independent. There's no regulation around the butchers. There is supposed to be a regulation around the person who is killing the animals. You're supposed to have a license. You're supposed to have an abattoir. That's the only place that you're supposed to be killing the animals. None of that is regulated. So it's a little bit of everything that needs to be properly regulated and monitored.
So the dance, I'm not plan to keep later down in the year. I can't keep the dance again because
If you have an animal, go lock him up. Lock him up.
No, I'm depend on somebody to provide me with some what.
But make sure you know where him get it from. I ask
Oh,
him questions and see what he respond.
because according to Julie, I'm gonna take a quick break on YouTube. I need a 2-minute break and I'll be right back with you. Lord of mercy. Thank you, YouTube. I'm back with you. Had to take a quick break there. You see, you, Azzy and Geely, and your teeth, it's sweeter. I didn't expect to go down that rabbit hole, but anyway, um, much needs to be done um, to address predial larceny. Larceny. Um, yeah, I don't know. Enough to figure it out. I don't know if it's understand because when a man say I got teeth, I got teeth, and ain't nothing you can do for stopping me. It means them I get that goat, them I get that cow, them I get that pig, them. Him I go get it one way or another. And we just hope that common sense will prevail at some point. All right. Well, that all stemmed from the article we just wrapped up, where unalivings are down by 37%. However, we have concerns as it relates to break-ins, which have increased by 230%, and robberies by 144%. Okay, next up, last one out of Jamaica. World Bank highlights Jamaica as model for the region amid global uncertainties. And this article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM, and we do have a soundbite for this as well. Okay, so the World Bank has pointed to Jamaica as a model to follow as it calls on Latin America and the Caribbean to adapt or to adopt their economic strategies in the face of increasing uncertainties and growing global economic volatility. Yeah, I think I need to change that to adopt. That's one of the key takeaways of the Multilaterals Latin America and the Caribbean Economic Review for 2025, which was released on Thursday. Here is Felicia Wright to tell us more.
Expectations for global growth have been slashed across the board due to growing trade volatility and uncertainty caused by U.S. administration's trade policies. The World Bank forecasts growth of 2.1% in 2025 and 2.4% in 2026 for the region. This makes Latin America and the Caribbean the slowest growing region worldwide. The World Bank says the forecast is linked with a low investment, high debt, and a shifting external environment as major barriers to the region's development. It says despite some progress in controlling inflation, fiscal deficits remain a pressing concern for the region. The regional debt to GDP ratio is expected to reach 63.3% in 2024, up from 59.4% in 2019. The World Bank says the entire region still needs to generate more fiscal space through gains in efficiency, spending reductions, and better designed tax systems. It says the path of public debt varies considerably across the Caribbean and Central American regions. The report says economic growth and fiscal discipline have contributed to some countries making significant progress in lowering debt to GDP ratios, reaching levels well below pre-pandemic levels. Jamaica was singled out as one such country alongside Barbados and Belize. Particular credit was given to the Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC. This, the World Bank says, ensured transparency and built societal consensus around fiscal discipline in the country. The World Bank says this serves as a model for the region. The report forecasts growth in Jamaica of 1.7% for 2025 and 2026. Khaleesi Wright for Nationwide News.
So the World Bank says the entire region still needs to generate more fiscal space through gains in efficiency, spending reductions, and better designed tax systems. Can I get some meat on the bones, please? When we talk about efficiency, what exactly are we referring to? Mr. President, you might be able to fill me in here. When we talk about spending reductions, how are we going to be able to get control of that, especially when we have a helicopter over us and we know who the helicopter is? And then when we talk about better designed tax systems, what specifically are we referring to? What areas and how can we improve these tax systems? Did they give any suggestions? Did they give any examples that we could look at, explore, and see how we can implement? You know, it's all well and good to throw out these broad ideas, but give me at least 3 references for each, if you don't mind. But gains in efficiency, what exactly, to the layman, what is the layman to understand from gains in efficiency? And when we talk about spending reductions, what areas can we reduce our spending in? I know we've had several conversations here on Coffee and Toe as it relates to our food import bill, and that we need to explore more farming. And if we don't farm everything, if we're not able to grow everything that we need, we should be looking intra-regionally for what it is that we need. Exchange of goods and services amongst ourselves in the Caribbean region. That should be our go-to. But give me some more. Can't be having this high-level document and no sustenance, no substance, no dede. I'm sorry, or am I being too picky? Adesoji, yes, some meat on the bones.
Moments.
Yeah.
This is a set of nonsense here.
What's wrong, man?
I was waiting for that.
It's nonsense. The World Bank. Okay, yes, Jamaica probably doing better, but where? Where did this gain come from? And you're talking about improving Caribbean economies who have over 50% debt to GDP ratio. Talking about cutting spending. Yes, the government could be more efficient, but how much gains you getting in efficiency in applying fiscal policies in the Caribbean? When we on a string as tight as an elephant in spandex, by debt we under from the same World Bank and IMF. When our economies is suffering from the structural adjustment programs that is implemented by them, when our imports and so is so high, and we have to generate foreign exchange, mainly through tourism, to pay the loans. What are you talking about? Is nonsense. Nothing to do with any real improvement. You understand? Are we increasing productivity? Are we producing more? Are we manufacturing more? Are we reducing our consumption of fossil fuels? Are we making any gains there? Are we trading more? Are we more focusing on self-sufficiency when it comes to food? Our food import bills in the region is astronomical. Yet still we come from agriculture-based economies. When people like them stay silent, when Chiquita fraudulently win a case against Windward Island Windban, so that we don't have preferential treatment to sell our bananas to the UK and those places as a little concession for the exploitation during slavery from the whole plantation stuff. They decimate the entire banana industry. You see what I'm saying? So when you see these people and then come and talk all the nonsense and talking about like Jamaica, yes, Jamaica is improving, but look at where is Jamaica improving? Is it really going on to the average person on the street? Tourism is going, yes, foreign direct investment is growing, but what happened? You make it unaffordable for the average man to build a house, to even put a little 2-bedroom house to take care of his family. Okay? You're bringing in these hotels, guess what? All-inclusive hotel. The revenue does not even come to Jamaica because it's paid in the diaspora. But you telling me to, an example as a model. And I'm not beating Jamaica. They're doing good. But I'm saying those kind of policies from where I stand as a layman cannot give you the sustainable development that you're looking for. Because another pandemic and all the hotels shut down and you're on your knees again begging. So I think the best policy for the Caribbean is to get away from the IMF and get away from the World Bank and try to fail on your own because you're failing with them for centuries.
Isn't that the stance we have been taking for quite some time now, though? How are they serving us? How? We only get restrictions and we're told that you cannot speak to this person, that person, and the other. But elephant in spandex, wow, that visual. That visual. But yeah, that's the meat on the bones I'm talking about, folks. This is a very vague report, in my opinion. And for such high-level people, meaning people who have, I want to say the highest level of education when we talk about economics, I would have expected more. I would have expected more from you. Unless the more was given, but of course you have to put things in short form. So, this is what we get from Nationwide. But, and I guess that is how you have conversation. If they go too much in depth, we won't be able to have the conversation. We won't be able to trigger the thought processes. So I get it. All right. Next up. St. Lucia. The St. Lucia Tourism Authority, according to stluciatimes.com, earlier this year revealed that the island had surpassed its best tourism year on record, 2019, with a 14% increase in total arrivals and a 3% rise over 2019's figures. The sector, which was hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, had started to rebound in 2023, with total visitor expenditure estimated at $3.1 billion compared to $2.95 billion in 2022. A recent International Monetary Fund (IMF) report suggested that the island's 2023 travel export figures could have been overstated by 14%, citing flaws in the data collection method. However, not only is SLTA CEO Louis Lewis, really, your parents couldn't do better? Louis, 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 your parents want to, so according to the CEO, Louis Lewis, standing by the data, but he also pointed out that several concerns identified by the IMF have already been addressed. So, $3.1 billion, I want to have done there in St. Lucia. Tell me, to generate that kind of visitor expenditure. Hey, oi. Besides the people, what else is there in St. Lucia to enjoy? Yes, I said it, besides the people. They're beautiful people. And I can understand why folks would go there to people watch. Mm-hmm. What else we have over there? Oh, enjoyment, Geely by the waterfall, Ja. Stills involve people, right? Yeah, stills involve people. Okay, folks, check out St. Lucia. No lies told. Beautiful people, and I have seen images out of St. Lucia. It is indeed a beautiful country. So good for you, St. Lucia. Good for you. All right, next up, returning to Jamaica to retire. Well, here's a guide to acquiring property. This article comes to us courtesy. Ja, why are you distracting me? Not me, the other woman. According to loopnews.com, many Jamaicans emigrate abroad during their lifetime to take advantage of educational and work opportunities. The popular destinations for Jamaican migrants are the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, though there are Jamaicans in many other countries throughout the world. These destinations provide our people with tremendous opportunities to build their careers. After migrating abroad, many of our people in the diaspora experience Jamaica through the lens of a tourist, often visiting and exploring our white sandy beaches, eating our great food, and enjoying Jamaican hospitality and tourism. Now, after working abroad, many Jamaicans have a desire to return home to retire. Many desire the coastal lifestyle of the North Coast, with parishes such as St. James and St. Anne being popular choices, and Trelawney, St. Mary, Hanover, and Westmoreland gaining steady momentum. Others opt for custom estate homes in the cool hills of Mandeville or decide to return to their home parishes or tranquil locations in the countryside. Gated communities are the most popular, with residents enjoying enhanced security and, in some instances, shared common amenities such as parks, pools, clubhouses, and beaches. Regardless of the choice of parish, understanding the legal process in acquiring property is important. Number one, requirement for tax registration number. There is no requirement for an individual to hold Jamaican citizenship to purchase real estate. However, all purchasers of real estate must have a TRN, tax registration number. Tax registration numbers are often referred to as TRNs, and they are issued by the Tax Administration of Jamaica. Your local Jamaican consulate may also be able to assist you in applying for a TRN, so can your attorney. If you can go the route of the consulate or get it done on your own, it is cheaper, folks, than going through an attorney. Due diligence. It is important to conduct due diligence. Yes, folks. Thank you, J. Paul. Okay, so it is important to conduct due diligence prior to entering into an agreement for sale to purchase property. This ensures that the person who is selling property to you has the right to do so, and any registered interest in the property is discovered from the onset. Your attorney will be able to assist you with a title search and to advise you of the results. There are instances, however, in Jamaica where no title exists for property. Similarly, your lawyer will be able to advise you on whether that is the case and whether such a transaction is advisable or not. Then there is the contracting to purchase. Any agreement to purchase property should be documented in a contract which meets the test of legality. Prospective purchasers should ensure that they are protected by the terms of the agreement and that the terms are reasonable, allowing them to perform the contract with ease. As purchasing property is such a large financial commitment, it is important to engage a lawyer to review the terms of the agreement presented by the seller to protect your interests and to ensure that the seller keeps their end of the bargain. If a seller breaches the terms of the contract, your lawyer can sue the seller to perform the agreement or, alternatively, can seek from the court monetary compensation for the expenditure you incurred in the failed transition, in addition to legal fees associated with the purchase of and lawsuit. Let me just say this, folks. Purchasing property, go through an attorney. You want a sound attorney, a real estate attorney, preferable, and have them dot the I's and cross the T's. The last thing you want to do is to end up in court. That's the last thing you want. All right. It can be dragged out and a lot of times not worth it. So save yourself the headache and find yourself an attorney. All right. Okay, good. Next, funding your purchase. So funding your purchase is a major consideration. Some returning residents downsize from their properties abroad. they sell their property and purchase cash. Others may decide to take equity from their homes to purchase their residence in Jamaica. It is also possible, however, for overseas individuals to purchase with a mortgage from a financial institution in Jamaica. Interest rates across institutions vary, and so does the loan amount. Some Jamaican banks also fund purchases in Jamaican and United States dollars. Yes, folks, do your due diligence, do your research. If it is cheaper for you when you crunch your numbers and it is cheaper for you to facilitate a mortgage, meaning taking the equity out of your home, provided and you can afford to pay to a second mortgage here, or if you own your property free and clear abroad, and you know that you probably just that 250,000 and it work out cheaper than trying to get a mortgage in Jamaica. That's a suggestion that you can go that route. But there are ways and means. Just do your research. Again, speak with a real estate attorney as well as with a licensed real estate broker or realtor, and they can guide you accordingly. All right? Do your due diligence. We don't want nobody to put their hand on their head and a ball. Okay, so funding your purchase, we just did that. Building on family land. Many Jamaicans abroad have family land in Jamaica, which they may wish to build on. This is only advisable, however, after obtaining the property in your name. Let me say this again. This is only advisable after obtaining the property in your name. This is a process. Again, let your attorney assist you with this. Now, budgeting for associated fees. Regardless of whether you plan to purchase property or utilize property that you have earned through an inheritance, it is crucial to budget for associated fees. The transfer of property attracts legal fees and taxation, which increase based on the size of the purchase. Your lawyer will be able to give you an estimate at the beginning of the process so that you are prepared to finalize your transaction. Now, a part of the conversation with your attorney is evaluate. Evaluation must be done, folks. You want to see to it that a reputable valuator is contracted to do an assessment of the property. You don't want the valuator to value your property or undervalue the property, right? Because if they undervalue the property and the government send out their surveyor, you're going to run up in a stone wall. All right? So just go ahead and do everything above board. May cost you a little bit more, but it is worth the headache in the long run. Okay? It is worth not having to have a headache, I should say, in the long run. All right? No, earning from your investment. So you have dotted your I's, you've crossed your T's, and now it's time for you to earn from your investment. Some individuals may wish to earn from their investment. Some parcels may allow you to construct an additional unit for rental. Some communities may allow short-term rentals, and some properties may be able to host events. There are opportunities to earn from a property while residing there on a full-time or part-time basis if you so desire. Others may want to enjoy the tranquility and privacy of their property exclusively. There are many considerations and legalities that go into acquiring property in Jamaica. If you are interested in issues around migration and the diaspora, I encourage you to reach out to a reputable law firm in Jamaica. Get all the information that you need so that you can be guided accordingly. All right? So if you want to read this article again, you can find it on loopnews.com under the title, Returning to Jamaica to Retire, Here's a Guide to Acquiring Property, right? If you own a piece of property in a Jamaica, maybe gonna do, don't sell it. Don't sell it. Hold on to it. No matter where in Jamaica it is, you own it, you have inherited it, whatever. Hold on for your land. That's what they're gonna do. Jamaica will very soon become scarce commodity. Very, very soon. All right. By the way, before we move on to our next segment, and I said it, Chinese mechanic shop, Warwick Havoc, look at Jamaica. People them a box food out of people more. But let me say this: they run up in a one stone wall because apparently they have been shut down because they don't have the proper permits. Well, we know so that I go sort out quick and fast. But I question that. Hold on a second, James. I question that because how was that establishment able to be set up? The size of that establishment set up and loop. You know, go ahead, James. Something right there. So go right ahead, James. James, I see you off mic, not hearing you. I don't know if it's me or if it's James. People, is it me? James, we're not hearing you, not hearing you, not hearing you. And I know I see your mic open. All right. I don't know. Oh, it's not me. Okay. Thank you, Ja. Thank you, Aziz. So it's not me. But yeah, them set up a mechanic shop. The Chinese set up a mechanic shop down in Jamaica, and the people that line up from 3 o'clock in the morning. The people that line up to have their vehicles serviced. Apparently, the prices are reasonable. Apparently, there is quick turnaround. Apparently, you're not being dragged out and overcharged. I will say this to the Jamaican mechanics: shape up, shape up. No way on earth should you allow shop to be set up in your backyard and food box out of your mouth. You're gonna have to start to be professional. Clean up on a garage, yard them little bit. Yeah, neat up the place, tidy up, stop overcharge. How on earth a diagnosis you're gonna charge somebody $5,000, but them can go to the Chinese mechanic shop and be charged $2,500 for the same diagnosis? What it is? Them hook up the computer. One at the bottom of the car, then hook up your computer and then wait for the reading. There's one in St. Andrew. And people in Jamaica are saying, every parish need one. Isn't it a shame that we are going up against our own people? Isn't it a shame? We have to do better. Customer service needs to come back into play. And I'm not saying that the new Chinese establishment that they offer premier customer service, I don't know what their attitude is like face to face. I don't know what the interaction is like. Can't tell you. But we have to clean up our act. Otherwise, we are going to become an expat country. And that's why I'm saying hold on to the property. Hold on tight to the property they want to have. Oh, when we talk about town planning, there's something I wanted to say. I am seeing where the new Chinese that set up shop in Jamaica, oh, no, can do me a favor, me beg you do. Please, the aesthetic on the buildings, and not make a business look like a prison. Why not do that? Oh, we get a nice building, and I take it and turn it in a one piece of crosses. It don't look good. And on up on the main street of towns. So let me talk to the municipalities. I don't have nobody that go around and sit with it and make sure say the buildings are kept in a certain manner. It don't look good. It detracts. It takes away from the appeal of the town. And that makes sense. Sorry, but I had to say that.
Moment. Question.
Yeah.
If the Jamaicans mechanic pull the act together, do you think they could really compete with the operation the Chinese is doing right now?
They can.
look at what happened, right? So the Chinese come in, set up this garage with all the equipments and so on. They probably have more staff and they're more efficient and so on. Okay. First of all, they're coming into the market. They could lower their price to push more mechanics out of the market so they could cannibalize the market and become a monopoly. If they become a monopoly, who control the pricing? They control the pricing, right? Now look at from the operation perspective. How many mechanics in Jamaica could set up an operation the way the Chinese do? How many mechanics in Jamaica has the capital, even if they have the idea? How many banks in Jamaica would fund a local mechanic or a local team of mechanics to finance a facility like that? If they get a loan, what interest they have to pay on that loan? You see, sometimes we have to look at things in context. And if this model is so successful, we're granting permits for the Chinese to come and set up this model. We spoke about the vocational schools and stuff like that. You're telling me the government of Jamaica or a satellite body in Jamaica could not take a couple youths, educate them, right? Train them properly, bring in a few professionals to guide them, and set up a fund that could establish something like that, where you're focused on all the services and proper procedures and so on, that you can make into a model that you could spread throughout Jamaica and help employ more youths so you have longevity. You're telling me we can't look at an idea like that and we have to talk about how brilliant the Chinese are? You think the Chinese are that brilliant, or they have funding that they could come and set up this stuff, or they have the expertise that they could come and implement? And we're going to sell it to countries, and then we'll start complaining about the Chinese 5 years from now. I yield.
So I'm gonna rebut you on that, Mr. President. We shoot ourselves. I mean, we puke ourselves in our own feet, and I'm gonna tell you why. From personal experience, grew up in a family of business people. Many years ago, my father approached some business people and said to them, "Let us come together. Let us pool our resources," because here he learned about an opportunity. And he said, "Come, we're all in the same business, different parts of the country. Let's come together. Let's pool our resources and do X, Y, Z." No Jamaican joined with him. You know who joined with him? The same family them when them burn out at Jamaica. Yeah, not Jamaicans. The Lebanese, the Syrians, the Indians. Jamaicans say no, they not do it. They want to do things stand alone. They want to do it by themselves. They don't understand that there is strength in numbers. And that's why many of them are not able to survive, because they don't understand group economics. Yeah. And so you move with who rock, you rock with who rock with you. I just saw the thing go ahead, niece.
We're seeing, is it the thing with that, is that tourism was our basket for when tourism exploded on the market, that was the only thing people knew. And you had to have money behind that. Trust is a big issue in Jamaica in terms of starting a business, in terms of going into a bank and taking a loan. Trust is an issue, right? But I mean, I wasn't hearing everything, but one thing I wanted to say that Barbara Gludon, she used to have a talk show in Jamaica, and every time somebody came on and complained as an individual, she said, "Listen, take my word for it. Until you form an association of persons with the same like-mindedness, nobody's going to listen to you. And unless you have an association behind that name or a group behind that name, you're not. Look at what is happening right here now. You notice which group has not been targeted in all of what is going on. It's the only group that is organized. The only group that is organized, because all of what is going on, all the, I don't want to use a word, the deeds that is going on right now, the expressions of how they feel about what is happening to the economy, all of them where they're going, everybody's going out there individually, it's not gaining any traction. Why? Because it's not a group. There's not a person or an individual that you can call and say, okay, fine, call them off. Let's talk. And it's the same thing in Jamaica. And I don't think the message has connected until the beaches, the cleaning of the area, until they come together as a community. Chamber of Commerce, that's what they were supposed to be for. But are they getting the message out there that that's what they're there for, or are they acting as an elite group? So until they come together as a group and stay grassroots, like our counselor, walk around with slippers and stay true to who you are from the day they meet you, until they start coming together like that and staying true to that. You can't be forming a group and all of a sudden you start driving Audi. If you weren't driving Audi before, don't drive it when you start the group. Bad idea. Bad message. Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to give Barbara Gluten her kudos, because all the time she was saying it, it never registered to me, but now it does.
People don't understand. There's something wrong with us. We're short-sighted, please. And no matter how you try to raise an awareness in your people, them not get it. And then when another group of people come in, then start cuss and say, we are get shut out, what want to we? The opportunity was presented. It's funny. You don't trust your own, but you trust somebody else.
See, I'm going to say it again, barriers to communication, because you can tell me something and I don't understand what it is that you're trying to say to me, what you're trying to say to me now. How am I going to benefit now? How am I going to benefit next week, next month, and 5 years from now? Unless you're ready to package it properly and sell it to me, I'm going to say no, because all I'm hearing is I'm going to be out of pocket right now for a couple of days, couple of months, until this thing actually kicks off, that nobody has ever done before. The Indians are not afraid to do it. Why? Because that's what they live and breathe in India, right? They're a lot more advanced than we are. The Chinese is the same thing. They've created enough mistakes over there, so they know how to move forward, right? And the thing with the Chinese and the Indians and some places in South America, they're not afraid to have 11 persons living in one house. Yeah, Jamaicans, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We don't know how to consolidate our expenses and work towards a common goal.
We fight against one another. We fight against each other. We do. And we don't realize what we're doing. We're suppressing ourselves and we're quick to blame everybody else. No, I understand. Hold on, Denise. I understand that interest rates can be a challenge. But do you know that interest rates are negotiable? Do you know that if you have a group of you can negotiate those interest rates?
I was going to say that it's not that we fight against each other. It's not that we turn down these offers. I think it's more fear of the unknown. Because like I said, the first thing when somebody approaches me with an investment opportunity is, okay, I'm going to be out of pocket. Where am I going to get this money from? What if I have illness or an emergency? How am I then going to cope? So the fear of the unknown is there. And that's why I said, it's how it's communicated to persons that, okay, fine. This beach, you've been using it all along. Nobody's cleaning it. There's no bathroom there, no garbage collection. how about we partner with you and we do this, and then we do this for you. Yeah. So it's how the package is, how it's put together and presented to them to say, okay, fine, let's work together on this, as opposed to capturing everything. And then it causes strife.
Boy, niece, I want to listen, even with that, because we don't have the face of a foreigner, we're still not taken seriously. We are still not trusted. We don't respect each other. We don't. Let me play a video. Real quick. It kind of hurt. It's like scratching nails on a chalkboard. But let's take a listen and see if we agree.
So the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, shares a conversation he had with another Black man in Jamaica who had a conversation with one of the assistant managers of a Chinese wholesale club in Jamaica. And that young Chinese man said that Black people are the most stupidest people to ever walk the planet. And he's going to explain why. Take a look at this.
Chinese manager said to him that Black people are the stupidest set of people that has ever walked the face of the earth. The Chinese said to him that there's no other race in the world more stupider than Black people. And that's why Black people is to the bottom of every economic ladder in the world. And they will never rise up. He told him, he said, this is a Black country. And in this Black country, a Chinese or any other ethnicity, any other race of people, whether it's Indian, Chinese, Arabs, and he went on, said, and they can come into a Black country and they can set up a business next to a Black person in a Black country, and with the help of the Black people, they will put the Black man out of business in a matter of weeks. When he highlighted the fact that Black people are stupid, I was in awe. But when he explained that to me, I must agree. For another ethnicity to come to our land and tell us that we are the stupidest set of people that has ever walked the face of the earth, we would argue and get angry, but it's a fact. Because you can set up a store no matter what your prices are. Once the Chinese are selling next to you, the Chinese will shop with the Chinese. If you set up a business, the same thing applies to the Indian. Indians will first shop with Indians. Europeans will shop with Europeans. Black people are the only race of people who will spend their money with another race of people who don't like them or who don't care about them. So I must agree with the young Chinese man. We are so far in that situation, the stupidest set of people that has ever walked the face of the earth.
So Andrew Holness.
Do I say in defense of that? No, that was all right. But to explain, a Chinese man has his shop and a Jamaican man has a shop. The Chinese man is getting his goods that is already credited to him by his Chinese government. Yeah. The Jamaican man is using his personal funds. The Chinese man goes to the government. I think when you open a new business in Jamaica, you get the first 5 years tax-free. I don't know what is the criteria for it, because when I did start my business, there was no goddamn tax-free. But they are getting the first 5 years tax-free, and so they're able to charge lower prices than us, than the Jamaican. But also they buy in significant bulk, because what they do is they will carry in 40 containers of goods, and it is shared between 10 supermarkets throughout the country, as opposed to us going and buy from Grace, who is manufacturing right there in the country. And for whatever reason, even though it's coming across the shore, it takes 30 days to get to the island on a big, big ship, right? In a container with imported labor, and the thing still lands cheaper than what we are offering our people here because the production cost is so high. So it's not that we're stupid, but we're not. We're stupid because we have to find ways. The government has to find ways to encourage the manufacturing companies to reduce their costs, reduce their expenses, and work with them to reduce their costs. right? Is it the taxes? Is it the setup fees? What is causing them to charge so much? What is their profit? Is the profit needs to be capped or something? How is it that other persons are, listen, we send stuff to Trinidad, have them package it and send it back to us, and it is still cheaper than what is produced here there in Jamaica. So we have to find ways. They have to reach out to the manufacturing companies and work with them to try and make production more attractive in Jamaica. It's the same thing what our friend here is doing in the circus. So, you know, it's something that they have to work on. An individual can't do it on their own.
And this is where group economics comes into play. So you brought up a couple things, Niece. One, the bringing in of containers. You know how they do it? In groups. I know one China person I bring it in. No, they come together because they know individually they cannot do it. So then find a loophole which our government, stupid. Why would you give an outsider the edge over your own local people to progress, to come in and shut down the businesses of your own local people? We have a stupid government. We have leaders in place making decisions that do not benefit our people. Yes, we are a stupid set of people. And it's not just in Jamaica, it's globally. We sell out our own people and we roll out the red carpet for everybody else to come in and turn us into servants. We are a country of employees while we have foreigners become the employers. Tell me, Salah, may I tell? Why? Because we give them all the tax breaks. We are stupid. So I agree. We are stupid. We don't think. We can make it affordable for our own people. We can make it practical, but we choose not to do so. We have this servant mentality. We have this bow down mentality. We have this inferior complex mentality. And it goes real deep and we don't want to change it. Look at what we're doing in the housing industry in Jamaica. We're giving the Chinese the land down there. And then the houses that are being built, how many people in Jamaica earn in US dollars? 1 to 3 bedroom for a little lot. 250,000, 275,000, 375,000 US dollars. Who in Jamaica is earning that? We're idiots. We're stupid. Who want Bex? Who want bus? Me not take back my talk. Me agree with the man. We are stupid. We make stupid decisions. We make decisions that don't benefit our people. You know what we give to our people? The scraps. And the scraps we give with people, you know. We give our own scraps and we give them the fatted calf. So, is the man wrong? Is the China man wrong for saying we're stupid? No. Everybody observe how we operate, you know. They observe. We study them, and we now study them. And those of us who study them, as well as other groups, and how they move, and we talk about trade and investments and business, and we bring that model and we say, here, let us implement it. What one people run us if we move on, go fry, where we are going with that. But yet, the Arab will walk in, the Indian will walk in, the Chinese will walk in, the Lebanese will walk in, the Syrian will walk in, the European will walk in, the Asian will walk in. And then we have and said, then oh, they might make it our real. They are so. You created your suffering, babes. I don't know what to tell you.
The moments, you know, I had insult to injury with that just now, where they get the 5 years tax free. The Chinese have created their own loophole. By every 5 years, them move over the business to one different
They do
Chinaman.
it here too, Alexa. They do it here in the US.
And then they move to another area. I remember one time in Sinans Bay, dead ass. It was like 3 Chinaman or 4. Right now, when you're going to Sinans Bay, listen, from your hit the cemetery, go right down. Every one supermarket in the St. Anne's of Bay belong to a black man here.
Is that
And
still
him
in
a
Hamilton?
no square one. What him name again?
Square one.
Yeah. And him have all on that with Holland Panda with him 10 finger, them 10 to one in teeth, them when him having him head. Because everything else belong to the Chinaman. Everything. You get me? And when you think no more supermarket can hold in a bay, you look again. There's a next one. And you see all of the old buildings, they renovate them and turn them in a haberdashery and supermarket. You get me? And when the 5 year up, you know see them again. You go somewhere else, go see them all Jackson Town and Duncans in a Trelawney. And you see a new set of face of Chinese. And when they say, but I never did have the supermarket here, you hear me searching. Yeah, it's me. Me long time. I don't go nowhere. It's me. You get me? You see, our government, all right, I'm not saying that this idea of giving them a grace period to own the business, maybe it was to bring in commerce, right? But this legislation should have been moved a long time ago. And if they were planning to keep it, they should have written better incentives for the Jamaican who wanted to go into business. Because don't make no mistake, there are Jamaicans here who are making money in business. But it's the 21 families, they say, something like that. So they are making money. But the average Jamaican man, he does not, if he even want to open a supermarket, the odds are set against him. Because here what? You see, even when Mr. Chin, I buy the products them from Trinidad also, Mr. Chin I grew up with Mr. Yang, and Mr. Lee, I carry over from Trinidad, I remember me tell you this. When them are carrying things, look here, for them things are straight from the factory. I don't know dealer them a go through or nothing like that. You get me? So the odds are stacked against the regular Jamaican man who want to do something, right? It's stacked against us big time. So the government needs to revisit the drawing board and somehow give us the local man better incentives to do business as well. Because he literally locked us out. Him lock out the regular man. Him lock we out. You know, so that even the Indian them can't compete with the Chinese them in terms of supermarket.
Them stick to duty free.
Them can't. I see some Indians were down my side and them couldn't manage. Him have to let it go. Him have to let go the supermarket and run.
Yeah. The Indians are for the duty free. Them take over, them control the duty free industry in Jamaica. And that's another thing of group economics. They pull together. Don't be fooled. They do pull together. And then send back to India for more people to come and work. And not necessarily relatives, but they bring over Indians. The Indians work within the duty-free shops and then pass on the establishment. Here, what is common? Yes, Dr. Shah. What is common here in the US is the nail shops. Every 2 to 5 years, they change. Another thing that they do here, 6 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for the time check, Jack. Another thing they do here in group economics here in the US, them have a thing similar to partner. Them have a different name for it. Where them show them money Them have a plan enough. Them say, all right, go throw money, raise what we need to raise, we go open one shop. When that shop get to a next level, them throw money again and open up a second shop. And so them keep going. Group economics. They don't have to like that one another, but they see long term. They have a plan. What is our plan? Things can change if we move as a group. Yes, or the terms of engagement for us in our country are not fair. We have acknowledged that, but we can make it fair if we move as a group. Stop moving as individuals. We are hurting ourselves. We can get to the end of the road enough. But them are gonna get there in 10 years. It's gonna take we 100 because we're trying to do it individually. And you know what our problem is, Alexa? We have this bossy man mentality. Everybody, we have the show off mentality. I mean this. We don't know how to humble ourselves, and that's a part of our problem. We don't know how to humble. The minute we make 2 shilling and can rub together, the world have to know so we can make 2 shilling. You ever watch the night China man when they come in our bank? You can't tell the man. You wonder if they're homeless. Their slippers, flip-flops, we are right down. Them boot lean. Them no work. We are got bank, we dress up. Because we want people to think we is somebody. Yeah, we are smart about, we dress up and we put ourselves together, put on our Sunday best and go to the bank. Who we impressing? Who are we impressing? We overcompensate, absolutely, Azzy. Our priorities are in the wrong place. But if only my people would work together and come together and take on your government together, I guarantee you, considerations will be made. Respect each other. Just start respecting each other now, please. Stop laughing at each other when we talk about our ventures or our ideas. The quickest way to lose support or lose a friend, is tell them that you have an idea that you'd like for it to become reality. Quickest way to lose your friend then. Instead of your friends rallying around and say, okay, what can I do to help facilitate this? Or you're saying, you know what, I've had the same idea. How can we work together? That yes, while we're separate entities, but we move as a unit to get the gains that we need so we can move forward. That is not our mindset. We have to make some changes. We have to make a concerted effort to make some changes. Otherwise, everybody in Jamaica who is a Jamaican, and let me be more specific, a Jamaican of African descent, everybody will end up either working in a smarty house, in a smarty business, or in a smarty hotel. Trying to say how you can leave the country. Fight for what is yours. It's yours. Why are you giving it away? Demand that your representatives have your interest at heart. Demand that the government has conversation with the financial institutions to make interest rates affordable. Demand these things. I don't know if it's telling enough. I want to say thank you you to everyone who tuned in online. QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another episode of Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. I invite you to join us on YouTube or on TikTok as we go on till the bottom of the hour. And if not, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Walk in love, spread love. Away. All right, folks, I'm just making sure we are officially off the air. All right, and yes, we are. All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. TikTok and YouTube. It is the top of the hour. Yes, folks, we have to do better, and this is a call to action globally. I will say I am grateful for what I see happening across the continent of Africa. An awakening, an uprising. They're now recognizing that they have to turn, adjust the sails, turn the tide. We have to do differently. It is my hope that across the Caribbean, it will become an infectious disease. Yeah, we'll catch that disease, right? For being sick and tired of being sick and tired of being taken advantage of, tired of being sold out by the people who look like us, who represent us. Because, that thing there. When are we going to recognize that it is important for us to move as a unit, to support each other? When? All we do, in my opinion, is sit and complain. It is time for us to stop the complaining, shift gears, and start doing something. Come up with a plan. What is the plan? You recognize, because everywhere you turn, you hear people complaining. Oh, they must sell out Jamaica. Oh, they must give away Jamaica. Oh, the Chinese are take over Jamaica. Oh, the Jamaican, them not nothing. Oh, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. Me tired to hear the complaint then. What's our plan of action? When you have a plan, come talk to me. When you're ready to take your hand off of your jaw, come talk to me. When you're ready to take your hand off of your head, come talk to me. And if you're going to complain, make sure you have a plan right behind and say, you know what, I'm tired of this, and that, but here is what we can do. I have been begging right here, on Cafinto, for people to work together, for our people to work together. But we are selfish. We're selfish, can't done. Even to tell you how selfish we are. Just to tell you how selfish we are as a people. We find it hard to support each other. You know what? You do. If I don't mix up and carelessness, we have a problem supporting each other. And whatever support we get is superficial. Real support, and it's funny I say this because I saw Dr. Keisha put up a video where she's talking about the videos, the spaces and You know, I chuckled when she said the 10 people that will show up. I chuckled. Something is wrong with our people. When do we support each other? You know, when we support each other, when the person make it big at that time, we start to support. What does it take away from me, Rosolo, to mention your program? What does it take away from me? What does it take away from me to say, make sure on check out Rosolo, the Rosolo show? And by the way, you need to hurry up and bring it back. What does it take away from me to say, support Lormel Skin Food? What does it take away? 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. What does it take away from me to say, make sure on a show up at when Alexia go live tonight at 6 o'clock with the workout routine? What does it take away from me? 5, 10 seconds to say, watch the Medical Collective. Support the Medical Collective on my platform. What does it take away from me to say, support Adesoji Speaks Knowledge every Sunday or every Wednesday? What does it take away from me? It not cost me $1. It doesn't cost me $1. But many of us struggle with supporting people. Many of us struggle. It's a mindset. We have this idea that if we talk about somebody else's business, is going to take away from us. Let me tell you something. It's what God has for you, I feel. Nobody can take that from you. When God opened my door for you, it's for you. And I guess that was how I was raised, I guess, because in our town where we are from, my father had a business, his uncle had a business, his father had a business, and then there are other business people. If we never have something that a customer looking for, we send them go around to my uncle. Or we call and say, hey, you have this? And if he said no, we say, all right, go down to Charlie's. Check top Charlie's. Check bottom Charlie's. Did it take anything off of us? No. No. But you see, this is what is holding us back as a people. This hesitation to support other people just by simply referencing them, referring them to somebody else. We feel somehow we are going to lose out. 8 billion people in the world, my friends. 8 billion and counting. And again, what God said is for you is for you. Do you know that here in the state of Florida, this is so funny. You have businesses that sell food line up right beside each other. We don't know about no else. We can't talk no else. Yeah, right beside each other. Everybody in that particular plaza will do well. Everybody will do well. Food truck festivals. Everybody show up and everybody do well. You go to someone and say, oh no, go over to that food truck. They have that over there. Them not say, no, when I have it on full stock. And that is what we're lacking in our community. You go down to some places and you need your car fixed, right? You need your car fixed. You know what them do? You know what the Cuban them do? Then call an ex-Cuban first and foremost. Don't try that with we. We are sending it to somebody else. We now say, you know what? No. Let me call Alexa. Alexa can do so. Let me call Dr. Sharon. No, we don't look within our community first. We look out that door first. We have to change how we deal with each other. Mr. President says businesses that exist in a cluster make more money. Yes. You know, me not tell you this. Me give it, me give it up to is it Tananya? Pretty TC, Quite Perry, repeat offender, Casey Fennell is a group of them. See them? I don't know what about them. I have to give to them. They're all social media content creators. And you know what they do? Support them one another. They do matches on TikTok together, they do lives together, they go on trips together, and you know, them reference each other. Yes. And I love to see it. Me love it. Because that is how all of us need to be moving. Supporting each other. But Mr. President will tell me, say, I'm utopianistic in my idea. It now gonna happen. It's not possible to happen. I get it. I get it. Stop existing with a scarcity mindset. That is what is killing us. The scarcity mindset. So just for me, me. And that is why the Chinese have taken over Jamaica. That is why the Chinese are taking over Jamaica, because we Jamaicans have a scarcity mindset. Me. Them see group and them see, you know what, all come 20 we come together and bring down the 40 container, and then we divvy up the goods when it land, and guess what, we're going to undersell everybody else. And we're going to shut up everybody else because them not even recognize that them could have been doing this a long time ago. So this is my personal opinion. Nobody complained to me about another group of people coming in the country can take it over. We allowed it to happen because of our scarcity mindset, our lack of vision. Rasola, please the earth and bring back the Rasola show.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But I agree with you. It costs nothing. Absolutely nothing. And speaking of the Rosolo show, we'll be back, which will be back soon. But with the interviews and stuff that I did, I never charged. And people used to get me all the time, like, you know, you don't charge for interviews, other people charge. Then I'm charged. If I'm supposed to be the voice for the voiceless, then I'm supposed to have an open platform for people to promote their business, whatever it may be. And that allowed me to get into other realms and get to meet celebrities and speak with celebrities and interview celebrities. So it took nothing from me. I gained from it. So I don't get it. Same way Starbucks going to be building the Starbucks and the McDonald's, all that hype. When you have the man right down the side of the road selling the same thing, or the shop where the lady open from how many years, selling the same coffee every month that you could go and support, but you won't. But because you see a Starbucks and have a name and come from America, you're gonna want to go there. It's the mental. Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
We have to change our mentality. If we don't cut the chains of slavery, we are enslaved mentally. And if we don't cut the chains, and I look at all right, Rustola, let me even go to Dr. Keisha when Dr. Leslie, Dr. Sharon, and the other doctors come together. And they might give you free information, valuable information and advice. And you don't even support your own. You know, I'm wondering, Rosolo, if we in our community, probably because we think service and we think uplifting and we accessibility, probably that's our problem.
I do believe it's the community that we grew up in, because as you spoke about our uncle, well, my uncles, your father, your uncle. But I remember our grand uncle saying, you know, go down to Charlie's. He don't have it. And so my uncle don't have it. So he sent some money down there. I remember that. We grew up with a service mindset where you help one another, you build your community. And maybe that just makes us different or weird or whatever it is. But I prefer to be me.
Me
because it takes nothing from me. It actually helped me grow, helped my brand grow. I wouldn't know Ozzy or a Russ Frazier or a Romain Virgo or a um, Andrew Young, Ambassador Andrew Young. I wouldn't know a Lynn Whitfield, all those people. I'm not trying to drop names, but just to show, I wouldn't know them if I restricted my platform, if I only promoted for someone who paid me. When I know you have a good product out there, just needs a little, promotion, a little hype, so somebody can hear about it.
Yeah.
It takes nothing from me. It's just selfish. It's selfish.
You know, and here's the thing, Rosolo. I don't know if we need to change. And you know what? No. What we have to do is be aware that there are givers and there are takers, and takers have no limits. They will suck the life out of you. They will take what you do or what you offer, repackage it, and say, "After them," and make their advances. I guess that's something. What can we do? But again, as I said, we don't move with a scarcity mindset. But I'm asking everyone listening, if you say you are about community and you are about the upliftment of your community, the upliftment of your people, your country, and your economies, change the way you think, change the way you operate. Move away from the scarcity, selfish mindset. You have nothing to lose. Try it. Try it. And you will see there's much to be gained. To whom much is given, much is required. I get it. But I'm going to tell you this, your cup going to run over. Just try it. Don't be like the Bezoses and everybody in the world who want it all. There is enough to go around. But we have a hoarding, this thing about hoarding. Go ahead, Rosolo.
No, I was just gonna say, and if you don't want to try, don't want to help promote your people with the businesses within your community, don't complain when other businesses come and take over. Don't complain, because you have the opportunity to spread the word about your community, the businesses within your community, and now that they can't survive because you're not supporting them. Don't complain. Don't complain when Mr. Shem comes. Don't complain. And I say it all the time. Don't complain. Don't say a word to me about it.
Not one word. So AT says here on
That's how I feel.
yeah, I agree with you. So AT put a couple comments here on YouTube. With an LLC, you can run a business without making money for 4 or 5 years before closing. Just get another LLC. Nothing said about under the table earnings. Okay. Mia Motley for head of Caribbean Community Council. And he also said Jamaica was on the downfall to China as soon as they let China build their highway infrastructure without having the money to pay for it. Right, AT? Some deals were made that were unfavorable when we talk about land that was given to the Chinese, and it's not the current. Let me get this straight. Let me set the record straight. It's not the current administration. It didn't start with the current administration. It didn't start with the current administration. It started before. What the current administration should have done is they should have rewritten the terms of engagement. My humble opinion. But what do I know? What do I know? And I'm talking about prime land given up. Good land given up. We continue to sell out our own. No, sir? That's with the best. We sell out our own. We sell out our own without. If you let yourself careless, you ever hear them say this? If you let yourself careless, means sell it too. Well, it isn't an actual thing that happens. We need to do better as a people globally. Globally, we need to do better. Business people, come together. If you want to create some type of competition, especially with the Asian community, you're gonna have to come together. Hair and nails, Why aren't we dominating? Why are we charging $1,000 for braids? Anyway, don't even get me started on that conversation. That's a whole nother argument. And Jerry Curl come back as Gina Curl. I know I charge $1,000 for Gina Curl. Jerry Curl. You know what? Let me stop. Right. So, all right, massive power outage in Spain and Portugal leaves thousands stranded and millions without light. Do we have any update as to what may have caused that? Let's see here. Let's take a listen to this one, courtesy of WSBN. Channel 7.
Thanks. Crews overseas are still working to fully restore power to much of Spain and Portugal, brought to a standstill by a massive blackout. Mass transit, phone service, traffic lights, ATMs, among the areas affected in Madrid and Barcelona. Civilians actually directed traffic. Passengers had to evacuate cable cars and walk the rails to the next station. Government officials say there are no indications that this is a cyber attack. As I mentioned, transportation took a major hit, leaving tens of thousands of passengers just stranded. Members of Spain's civil guard carried an elderly woman in a wheelchair to her apartment on the 6th floor because the elevator had stopped working. Hospitals and other emergency services and facilities, well, they're operating on generator power. By late this evening, only 35% of energy demand had been restored. Electricity is currently being brought in from Morocco and France.
Well, hopefully by end of business today, everything would have been restored. I'm curious to know what happened. What caused that blackout in 2 countries? But yeah, these people, the community came together, everybody hopped out, right? Did what they had to do to support each other. All right, next up, a vehicle smashes through Illinois building, unaliving. Hold on, no, before we get to that one. This one is interesting. This one. DR Congo, Rwanda agreed to draft peace deal by May 2nd. Article courtesy of Al Jazeera. Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo have agreed to draft a peace deal by May 2, committing to respect each other's sovereignty and refraining from providing military support to armed groups. The DRC foreign minister and Rwandan counterpart signed the agreement in a tense meeting in Washington, D.C. on Friday, in which the two did not shake hands. Why did it have to happen in the U.S.? Why could this agreement not happen on the continent? Huh? If the Northeast has a blackout with Canada help, go about your business, Isaac. Go and leave us alone. No, seriously speaking, why wasn't this done in Africa? There was no country in Africa that they could have gone to cement this deal, to come to an agreement. Why it had to happen in Washington? Mr. President, why? Why? Friday's joint declaration was signed in front of U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and pledged the two sides would halt military support to non-state armed groups, though it avoided naming M23 directly. Rubio described the agreement as a win-win, suggesting it could unlock major U.S.-backed investment in energy and mining, areas where China already has significant influence. A new U.S. envoy to Africa, Masad Boulos, recently visited both nations and urged Kigali to stop backing M23 and pull out troops. So you see why it was done in Washington, Mr. President? It's a mineral-rich region, folks. And a certain individual was sending his daughter-in-law's father to the region. Energy and mining. See, it all makes sense. You want to add or take away anything, Mr. President, before I move on?
Yeah, it's all about the US coming in to take. So it's two things. You could say either there's pulling strings on both sides. Did they okay, so when the Congo pledged not to finance non-state actors, okay, so Rwanda is alleged to be back in M23. So let's assume that is true. Who is the Congo backing that is a non-state actor? And that's what I'm going to say. To me, it becomes really difficult to have a certain level of respect to the men in the Congo, you know. Because everybody comes in, plunder the Congo, and get out scotch-free and become billionaires, right? Yet still you have people in the Congo keep crying, and the men in the Congo keep crying like they're helpless. You have a small country like Rwanda. You're telling me that the Congolese government, assuming Kagame is exploiting their resources, you're telling me you can't put a good enough border crossing protection with a small country like Rwanda, and you're the Congo? And if you take out Kagame from the picture, how you can have so much rebel groups? And I know the territory kind of big. What if the concentration is in the Eastern Congo, right? Why we can't have some more control over that? No, you're bringing in the US and you're giving them exclusive rights to now legally exploit you further. Tell me how that will develop the Congo. Name me one place where the US go to exploit whatever resource that the country develop. The roads to the mine will develop, I know that for sure. But it's all a joke. It's all a joke. And the Congo would go through another 50 years of this nonsense. Now, assuming M23 is not Rwandese, does the contract signed by Philip Tshisekedi and Paul Kagame, right, the Rwanda and Congo, does that hold any merit? Because if the M23 is actually the Biomenga people in the East who is fighting because they're saying that's their ancestral land, would a deal made in Washington by the Congo and Rwanda really stop them from fighting for their ancestral lands? If this is their land and they decide this is the land they're willing to be unalive for, how will that go down? A lot of this stuff don't make enough sense. But to me, it starts with the president of the Congo. I think he's weak, he's politically impotent, and he should step aside and let somebody take charge of the Congo. But they put these puppets in place to ensure you could deal. All they talk about, oh, Rwanda. Listen, the kind of resources Rwanda is selling, right? How are they able to carry all that across the border? And if Rwanda is on the border with the same Eastern Congo who is mineral rich, how we keep saying report that Rwanda has no minerals? Yet still, in the flag of Rwanda, there is a symbol, a color that represents the mineral wealth of the nation. So when that country was founded, you put something as significant as mineral wealth on your flag, but you don't have none. A lot of these things don't make no sense to me. And I'm just on the outside looking in. You understand? But it makes absolutely no sense to me. And I personally think they use Kagame and Kigali as a red herring to get the deal that they're getting now. Because there's no way you're telling me that 5,000 or even 8,000 Rwandese soldiers are so good that they control your entire, the M23, which is a small group in relatively speaking, to control an entire region and to just walk in and take over towns and stuff like that. That whole thing looks like it's orchestrated to me. I always felt that the current president of the Congo had no interest in the Congolese people. But when they were to unalive 200 youngsters for stealing, they made a public scape about it. So you could unalive 200 youngsters for stealing publicly, right? But you cannot even protect your border, which is the sovereignty of the people that elect you to take care of them. Now you're bringing the US to plunder the resources of the same people because the resources is not going to the US. And give me a break. It's all a farce.
You know, the problem is, Mr. President, we have the privilege of being on the outside. We have the privilege of being able to dissect the stories. We have the privilege of memory and being able to read and put 2 and 2 together and recognize that the 2 and 2 was supposed to equal 4, now add up to the 4. It's the mathing. The pieces are a little discombobulated. They're all over the place. There's no cohesion. And yeah, we have that privilege. Is it a privilege though? I don't know. We're too aware. I guess we are awake, and we are reading. We're paying too much attention. We're not supposed to. Well, I mean, who do we thank but the media houses? They give us the information to help shape our thought processes, right? And this one said that, and this one said that, and that one said that, and there's a whole land there said that. But there are certain common denominators that are always in play. And based on those common denominators, we're able to come up with assertions or assumptions. Yeah. All right, next up. Over there in Canada. Interesting. Canada. Oh, Canada. Where are you, Canada? Canada, they had their election, and of course, Mark Carney warns Canadians that Trump is trying to break us, and he gave this warning in his victory speech. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this soundbite, courtesy of NPR. Is it me?
Canadians chose Mark Carney as the leader they want to face a threat from the United States. His Liberal Party won yesterday's election. They have defeated Conservatives, led by a man who was a little more aligned with President Trump's view of the world. NPR International Affairs correspondent Jackie Northam is here. Jackie, good morning.
Morning, Steve.
Okay, so what does this election say about what Canadian voters are thinking?
Well, the election, the vote was widely seen as a referendum on which candidate could best handle President Donald Trump and his policies. They were looking for someone who is willing and able to stand up to the president. And many Canadian voters are angry about how Trump has threatened and disparaged their country since returning to the White House, placing stiff tariffs on Canadian goods, which was widely seen as unjustified, and suggesting that the country should become the 51st state. And, even on election day, Trump was trolling Canada again, saying it should become the 51st state. And, during his victory speech, Carney made clear he's not going to allow that to happen. Here he is.
President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
Steve, Carney is widely seen as having the chops to take on Trump. He's a former Wall Street guy. He was a governor of both the Bank of England and the Bank of Canada during times of crisis. And he's seen as someone who can go head to head with Trump, as well as help Canada's economy if Trump does more damage. Still, his victory is surprising considering he's a political newcomer.
I'm just thinking this through, Jackie. Trump could have had a kind of ally north of the border. The Conservative Party leader also said, by the way, that he would resist annexation and stand up to Trump and so forth, but a little bit more aligned with Trump on a lot of issues. Instead, that's not going to happen. Why did it not happen, given that the Conservatives were favored months ago?
Oh, yeah, they were really riding high in the polls, but after Trump started targeting Canada, many voters and analysts started taking a harder look at the opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, his rhetoric and his policies, and they seemed too similar to Trump's. His slogan of Canada first, shrinking the government, ending wokeism, and that created a backlash because there's just so much anger against Trump over the past few months. And that cost Poilievre at the polls. At one point, the Conservatives were up 27 points ahead of the Liberals, and that just dissolved. And it gives you a good sense of how Canadians are feeling about Trump and his policies.
The Conservative Party's on a losing streak up there.
It is the fourth consecutive federal election the Conservative Party has lost. And so, us leading analysts to believe that, the party will now have to go through a time of reckoning about its message and its appeal and its leadership. It appears Poilievre has lost his seat in Parliament. It's something that he's held for more than 20 years. So they are going to have to take a good look what the party stands for.
Now, I guess we should be clear. Carney's got a form of government. We don't know that they'll have an absolute majority, might have to enter a coalition, lots of details to work out. So what are his priorities, assuming he gets it all together?
Well, before Trump became part of this election, there was a lot of discontent with which way the country was moving. You know, the economy was suffering. There were deep concerns about, you know, the country's immigration policy, housing shortages, healthcare, et cetera. Those haven't gone away. And this wasn't a landslide for the Liberal Party, as you say. And Carney will have to work with a coalition government, you know. So the Conservatives did put up a good showing, which means there are divisions in Canada, and that's something Carney will have to tackle above and beyond dealing with Trump.
NPR's Jackie Northam, thanks.
Thanks so much, Steve.
Why do Canadians don't want to be a part of the U.S.? What's the problem? Huh? What's the problem? They don't
People
like
in the U.S. don't want to be part of the U.S.
Really? 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 Okay. That's all I got to say.
We're phenomenal folks down here. I mean, why wouldn't you want to give up your free health care and come pay for health care? Why wouldn't you want to give up your free education up to university and come pay down here? Why wouldn't you? I mean, come on. Get on board. I mean, why wouldn't you want to ditch your 4-ingredient ketchup and take on our 12 ingredients one down here? Come on, Canada. Come on. I mean, we're only good enough for you to vacation in, but not be a part of.
I don't even think they want a vacation here anymore.
They don't.
No.
They don't.
No one does based on the number.
Nobody does.
Yeah, no one does based on the numbers where we decreased our international travel by 12% since in the last 100 days with Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We sure did. We sure did. So hold on, isn't this week his 100-day thing? And I think
it is today. It is today.
Oh, it's today. So how are we assessing our president?
Next story. Next story. Next story.
Today is the beginning of the end. I told you guys, after the 100-day review, and they realized it's the worst 100-day review in recent history, and probably in history, they will change course. They have no choice. And I give them 6 months to roll back most of what they do.
Wow. Well, he was sleeping at the funeral, wasn't he? I thought that was Sleepy Joe's position, to sleep at the funeral.
Moment is the funeral of the Pope. If you're tired, drink some coffee, take some no-dos. You're the president of the United States of America. Now make this make sense. It's ridiculous right now. Not only do you defy dress code, wear black. Wear black.
But,
you wear blue,
hold on, but
and you fall asleep. William wore blue too.
Yeah.
Yes, William. Prince William wore blue, so he wasn't the only one. Maybe they're colorblind. I don't know. And Melania wouldn't even tap him. Tap him a little bit and wake him up. The man whisper in his ear, say something.
Why you want her to tap him?
It's just something. I wouldn't tap him either, but I wouldn't have been there with him anyway. So
I don't even know if that was her.
yes.
So, you know, I don't know if it was her double. I don't know. But anyway, a man has been arrested in Miami Beach in connection to theft of DHS secretary's purse. Now, this story, you can't tell me they make this up. So, a man has been arrested in Miami Beach in connection to the theft of the Department of Homeland Security secretary's purse and has been placed on immigration hold, and additional charges are pending. Let's take a listen to this one. Because Secret Service was with her This man had on a mask and was able to get close to her to pick up her purse.
What if college was
Sorry, hold on there, folks.
earn a degree? What if college was a place where you can find your people?
The Secretary of Homeland Security becoming the victim of a crime, and police say one of the men behind it was stopped here in South Florida. 7 Jessica Holly is live on Miami Beach, where he was arrested. Jessica.
National news with a South Florida connection. It happens all the time. In this case, the crime was in Washington, D.C. The investigation would end up here in Miami Beach.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of a stolen or fictitious driver's license.
Miami Beach police working with federal agents to make an arrest over the weekend. One of two related to the purse stolen from the Homeland Security Secretary. Kristi Noem was dining in downtown D.C. on Easter Sunday at the Capitol Burger. That's when investigators say a man was able to grab her bag and take off. According to the feds, he was arrested in D.C. Then Sunday afternoon, the Secret Service, with the help of Miami Beach police, spotted a male wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and matched the description of the wanted fugitive. Police say it was 51-year-old Christian Rodrigo Montesino Sanzana. His arrest related to the same case. He was cuffed inside the Walgreens at 14th and Collins, and police say they found an ID card that didn't match his name. According to the arrest report, he told investigators he purchased the California identification card for work purposes. Secretary Noem was on X Sunday thanking the Secret Service and ICE for their work on the case.
I'll set a bond at $2,500. In correction, did you say he has an immigration hold?
Yes. And right now, he is charged with possession of a stolen or fake ID, but more charges are likely coming. We're live in Miami Beach. Jessica Holly, 7 News.
Let's talk about credibility.
I'm supposed to buy that story. What Jess said? Yes, that is a made-up story. I heard her interview this morning. She sounded like dumb in her interview. That don't make sense.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon.
Hey, Ja.
Welcome back, Moment.
Hey, Ja.
Her interview was so scripted. It had all the similar verbiage about blah, blah, blah. All these people, their, the terms that they use for the immigrants. She claimed that the purse was between her feet, and because he's a career criminal, he knew how to get the purse from her. It was so scripted. She didn't even blink. I was watching her eyes. I don't believe the story at all. And the reporter asked her, "Do you think this is a coincidence that this happened, or?" I had to laugh because he didn't believe the story himself.
Ja, they met this up to try and double down on the initiative. That's all I can say. Go ahead, Dr.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. I know I saw Dr. Sharon's mic open. Or am I black? My eyes are matrix on it.
No, but I'll comment because to me that story did not make sense. How do you have Secret Service following you when that happens? I mean, that just it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Yeah. So they don't have to make up stories, Well, I guess they have to because they just want to make every immigrant look bad when that's not the case. So that was just quite a weird story to me. So it's made up. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. It got to be made up.
Me too. Kurt says all lies. She placed the bag on the ground, not between her feet.
Yeah. That's a made up story. How you have Secret Service and a person get that close to you? How? Don't they have a perimeter of
And you find
safety?
somebody in Miami You know what I believe? This is all concocted because I believe that man has been paid
I
to
was just
play
about to
a
say that.
part because they need to convince the Americans that we're getting rid of the criminals. And who are the criminals? The immigrants. All crimes are being done by immigrants, apparently.
Well, then, if that's the case, then if all immigrants are criminal, then let the immigrants go because there's a damn criminal in the White House. So what the hell?
So we never did gunshots. We never learn.
What you say, Alexa?
We never did learn from the gunshots.
The pew pew shot?
Yeah, the pew pew. We never did learn. So that was staged. So we are.
Allegedly.
That's I mean, it's not really saying that much of oh, how that song fell. Oh, it's not really, sorry, Ozzy. It's not really saying much for our Secret Service, is it? It seems that they would possibly, if these things were true, these stories, the pew pew in the air with the depends on it, you know, this happening where the fake bag between her legs and only an invisible Harry Potter cloak or a midget could probably get it. It would mean that they need to go back to training, right? Because they obviously don't understand how to protect anyone.
I think that goes into the second part of the point. They want so desperately to make the Secret Service seem completely incompetent so that they could then privatize that service. They tell you that that's what they want to do. So they just have to justify it.
Manufacture consent, so to speak. Thank you, Jack. So Jack sent this over here. Hold on. Let's. Jack, I'm taking down because I got to the thing and it said post from CBS Mornings isn't available. They pulled it down, Jack. And
Because it's a lie. Because it's a lie.
Wow. But did you hear that? I forgot which news outlet was reporting this, that there is a plan to go after the stations that paint 47 in a bad light. If you disagree, yes, let me try IG. If you disagree with anything or say anything negative, it ain't gonna be cute for us. Yeah. So
yeah.
Well, maybe the
That's
Russo
what they've
show
been
shouldn't come
doing.
back. Because I have jokes ready, material written. I'm maybe I shouldn't come back. But no, I don't have anything positive to say about him.
Well, you don't say
I won't.
You know they say if you have nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all.
He gives you the opportunity. He gives you ample opportunity to say something every single day. Every single day.
All right, we have the interview. Thank you, John. Just send it on IG. Let's take a listen.
You talk to all of these agents that have been down here for years. They say it's night and day difference from where we were a year ago, that they were overwhelmed and with illegals and people that were turning themselves in because they knew that they would be released into the United States undocumented with no consequences. If you talk to all of these agents that have been down here for years, they say it's night and day.
That's it, John. What else? You have another piece?
Yeah, I think he asked her the question after he speaks about this because he was asking her about the difference in the border, how many people were coming over the border now. And she was talking about the night and day. And then he goes back and asks her about her purse. It's not a long interview, though.
Hold on, I wonder if it's this piece. Hold on, I missed something.
How confident are you that the people arrested were indeed undocumented migrants?
Very confident from the information that has been shared with me so far in the investigation. And I understand that they've been talking to them and getting information and getting these are career criminals. They have perpetuated crimes against many people in this country for many years illegally.
Is it just a coincidence that they happened to pick your purse?
I believe so. We were with a big family and 4 kids under the age of 4. I had it right between my feet. But he was professional in how he took it. And, we're just glad that now that he's in custody because of so many other crimes he's committed. He worked with other people to do this and has been doing it for years. So, this is what Americans shouldn't have to live with. It's not about me and it's not about my family as much as it is about, that people live in communities that have been going through this for many, many years. So the more that we can bring these people in and have them face consequences and get them out of our country, the safer America will be.
There have been arrests in this case.
A cards.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
You hear
God
the
Almighty.
scripted response? You hear the scripted response?
So he is a career criminal, but I should have listed some of his acts. By the way, you see the lawn, what them do at the White House with the mug shots. Oh, y'all don't see that one? The mug shots that are put up on the lawn, and the part of the lawn where they put that section is where all journalists do their whatever from their speeches from. So any station that has their representative there, you're gonna see the mug shots behind you. Yeah, they spent taxpayers' money to print out these posters. Like you drive in communities and see, oh, my child is graduating. Yeah, they spent taxpayers' money to print those posters, to put them there, put the faces, and put the crimes, the alleged crimes. Yeah, they're there. So now a vehicle smashes through Illinois building, unaliving 4 young people and injuring others. Let's take a listen.
Developing this morning, an after-school tragedy leaves 4 children dead. This happened outside of Springfield, Illinois yesterday afternoon. Police say a driver crashed right through one side of an after-school camp building and came out the other side. While that driver was not hurt, 4 people believed to be between the ages of 4 and 18 years old were killed. Several other people were also hurt. Police have not released any information on what may have caused the crash.
And next, we have a shooting at a small North Carolina college, leaves 1 person unalived and 6 wounded.
It's also on 7. 1 person is dead after a gunman opened fire on a North Carolina college campus over the weekend. Another university becoming the site of a mass shooting, this one as students were wrapping up several days of festivities. 7's Tavares Jones is in the Satellite Center with the latest on this. Tavares?
Ethan, this happening less than 2 weeks after the deadly shooting at Florida State University, and was not the only campus where shots rang out this weekend.
Gunshots through my window and through the walls.
1 person is dead and 6 others injured after a shooting at a small college in eastern North Carolina Sunday.
It was scary for real. Like, I was over there talking to one of my friends and just seeing a lot of people running.
Officials at Elizabeth City State University confirming the person who died was a 24-year-old man who was not a student, but says 3 of the shooting victims attended the school, along with 2 others hurt in the commotion.
Praying for them, praying for their families.
The university says none of the injuries are life-threatening. The shooting took place at the center of campus during the early morning hours.
It finally clicked, this happened right outside my door.
The university says it had just finished hosting a multi-day celebration known as the Viking Fest, involving both students and alumni.
I had left right before all of this had transpired, but I had heard the gunshots from my dorm. And then I had got a phone call saying that some people had got shot.
The campus sits near the border with Virginia and is home to just over 2,000 students.
We're a family. It's a small school, small HBCU, so everybody knows everybody. It's a small family, so just make sure your family's okay.
And another shooting on campus Sunday night, gunfire, Illinois State University, left 1 person injured. University police received reports that shots were fired during a fight outside of a student-organized event at the Bone Student Center. Authorities are now searching for the shooter, telling students and staff to take precaution, saying the gunman may be armed and dangerous, and there is potential of an immediate threat.
Well, there's no shelter-in-place order for the school at last check, and the condition of the victim is not yet known. In the Sat Center this morning, I'm Tavares Jones, today in Florida.
It's also on.
I have a question. Are these persons who committed these heinous acts, are they undocumented immigrants? And all the mass unalivings that have happened, were they all done by Undocumented immigrants? Just asking. I want to know. But I don't know if y'all saw the video with Carolyn Leavitt, where she's. I don't want to misquote. Hold on a second. I don't want to misquote. I really don't want to misquote her. But I think this is it. Hold on a second.
Monday, April 28th, 2025, around 1:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just wrapped what was considered the first influencer White House press briefing. And an influencer had asked her about Trump and where he stands on the Second Amendment. That is the one obviously surrounding pew pews. It is my belief that the press secretary just insinuated that it is okay to use such pew pews and it is important to have pew pews in order to fight off quote unquote illegal immigrants. Their words, not mine. Watch this clip.
Are law-abiding gun owners, and as you mentioned, is a ardent supporter of the Second Amendment. It's more important now than ever as we see violent crime rates in our inner cities. I've said this repeatedly over the past 4 years. The Second Amendment was never more important than when we had an illegal immigrant crime epidemic spiking in this country. Law-abiding Americans have a constitutional right to defend themselves, and the president absolutely supports that. But to national reciprocity, we do need Congress's help on.
See, the thing about the Trump administration is they send out these dog whistles. That was a dog whistle and an okay, a thumbs up to utilize your Second Amendment right against someone who you believe to be an undocumented individual. They are again doubling, tripling, quadrupling, whatevering down on the fact that anyone who is undocumented must therefore be a violent criminal. Think about the messaging there. And no, she didn't come out and say it outright. She didn't say, use your pew pews against quote unquote illegal immigrants. But she did say it was okay. Let me know your thoughts on this. I'm sorry I didn't catch the very beginning of that.
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you hear that they've been trying to use the Alien Enemies Act to not have to use a warrant to enter people's homes?
So we have seen some incidents, right, where people have called ICE on their neighbors. Neighbor is U.S. citizen. Mania. All because they hear them speaking a different language.
Yeah. And we know this. We know these people ain't really do their research to verify like if these people are citizens or even documented. We know. And they still don't have any answers about the guy that they took to what was it?
What happened to him? What's the latest? Because I've been out of touch with that. What's the latest on that? Because the last I know, the representative, the Democratic representative, went down there. They had this setup meeting. But what has happened since? And something else I heard, Ozzy, that they're all of a sudden now digging up and they were putting these things about him out there, that there was a restraining order, all kind of things. What at you?
I haven't heard much further information about it. But it is definitely putting all the pieces together to enact like legal discrimination. Like you said, this is what will happen, you know, and it won't stop with immigrants that they automatically perceive as Latino. It's going to extend into Caribbean immigrants. It's going to extend into all types of immigrants. More than likely not European immigrants as much, but you know, it becomes a huge safety and rights issue as well. Because then what happens if they hear somebody speaking Jamaican patois?
did you see the clip, as you said that? Did you see the clip where I think it's a social media influencer who was in the press conference, who was talking to Carolyn Leavitt, and her comment was, I guess she's down here in Florida, that she's thanking the Trump administration for the operation that happened down here, where I think they rounded up some 500 and something Latinos down here in Miami. And she, you know what she said? Finally, my Uber driver speaks English.
Wow. Wow. It's crazy.
And
It's
people in the
crazy.
room were laughing. I'm gonna try and find the video back, Ja. Yeah, she's an influencer. She was in the press conference, and her thing was, finally, my Uber driver speaks English. And for those who don't know, Spain owned Florida first. Let me see if I can find it. So, you know, it's such a shame that Americans are very close-minded, that they only want the world to speak English. It's a shame that because of their lack of drive or desire to learn another language, everybody must suffer for it. You know, that's why I give it to the Europeans. I'm going to have to give it to the Europeans and the Africans and folks across the Caribbean who speak 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 languages. Big up on ourselves. Yeah, big up on yourself. If you can speak English, Spanish, French, Portuguese, German, Italian, Mandarin, any other language, big up on your damn self. Don't worry about those who don't want to expand their horizons. Don't worry about those who are limited in their capacity.
Thank you.
Big up yourself if you chat patois and English. Big up yourself if you speak English, Spanish, and French, Haitian, Creole.
Thank you. Thank you.
Big up yourself if you speak Eastern Caribbean, Creole, plus English and all of that. Big up your damn self.
Big up yourself if you speak Ebonics.
Big up yourself if you have a cultural palette. Oh, we don't have a culture here in the US. Forgot, our culture is made up of several cultures. I sincerely hope that everyone, I hope that same young lady who sat in the White House press conference room and said that finally she's able to have an Uber driver that speaks English, I hope she never shows up at Taco Tuesdays. I hope she doesn't indulge in burritos, pequeños, pastelitas. I hope she doesn't have Cuban coffee, God forbid.
Or go to any Cinco de Mayo events.
And I hope she doesn't drink Corona or tequila.
Mm-hmm.
Or wear a sombrero or
Or
vacation
margaritas.
or have nachos, refried beans, masas de puerco, pan con bistec. I hope she doesn't have any of that here in Miami. I hope she doesn't tap her feet to any merengue, salsa, reggaeton. This is Miami. I don't know. I hope she has never had sex with a Latino. This is Miami.
Whoa, yoy.
Bienvenido a Miami. What can I say?
Right? Well, damn. I mean, people, I guess, people don't like people in cultures. I mean, everyone got to be the same. What, vanilla? What's going on? We live in a world that is so much. In fact, forget the world. We live in a country that's so colorful and multicultural, right? And what's wrong with that? They want everyone to look like them, right?
They don't even want to look like them.
You know what? That you are correct about. Yeah, you're actually correct about that.
They like the culture. They don't like the people.
But
You
it's
know
the
what?
people who create the culture.
Yes, it is.
So you get rid of the people, you get rid of the culture.
Yeah.
Oh, listen to Jewel with her squeaky toy.
Yeah. She heard her name, so she looked up. Yes, she heard her name. So she looked up. She stopped chewing on the toy. She said she heard her name.
Go on now, Jewel. Go on with your bad stuff.
I know they're talking about you.
Oh my gosh. No, you explain this to me. So no, oh, by the way, the resurrection of Columbus Day, y'all heard about that one?
Yep.
Nope.
So I'm not sure if he knows that Christopher Columbus is Italian and conquered the world for Spain.
Mm-hmm.
Who gonna tell him? Who gonna tell him? Who gonna tell him? Ozzy? You gonna tell him?
Tell him what?
That Christopher Columbus was Italian and that he actually conquered the world for Spain. You know, went around trying to claim land for Spain. But España, they speak Espanol, speak Spanish.
But you know that's not the same moments. That's European. You don't have a problem with Europeans.
That part.
Or else you wouldn't have another
Mhm.
wife.
I'm sorry. But you know what? Talking about life and color, Spanish owned Florida first. You know what? As I'm not as the AT, you're absolutely right. AT corrected me real quick. AT says Spanish owned Florida first. You mean Native Americans, right? Yes, the Native Americans were here first, and the Spaniards came in and said, "This is ours." Everybody pick up Patty. Thank you for that one. But la vida es un carnaval. Right? La vida es un carnaval. Un momento, YouTube. I'll be right back. Celia Cruz. Vamos a Alpha. Life is a carnival. Alexio, didn't you have Mrs. Allen as your Spanish teacher at St. Hilda's?
Listen, I barely made it out of St. Hilda's alive. Leave me alone.
And subsequent to that, I know my mother helped out teaching Spanish at St. Hilda's. So why didn't you learn?
I said I barely made it out alive, okay? My teenage brain was not geared towards learning another language. So I want to try with my adult brain now, okay? It's not too late.
Ay, qué terrible.
See, they just show off at this point, Ozzy. I just show off, yeah, show off now. But me want to learn. See? Moments like, oh, all right, all of you who fluent in Spanish, right?
No, I'm not fluent. I'm lazy in Spanish. Very lazy.
All right. Yeah, you know what? I realized what the problem was in high school, and you know, you can correct me on this, but I think we would have been more receptive with Spanish if we had who to practice with. I remember a few weeks ago you said that your mom had like Spanish weekends and stuff like that, and you could not speak anything but Spanish. But what happens to a child who had Spanish 2 times a week and go home? I mean, I don't like when you talk to your dog and you try to teach your dolly them and the tree them, then go answer you. So there was no thing.
But you could interact with your peers at school in break time, lunch time.
No, then the two hungry for that.
Me llamo Michelle. Mr. President speaks really good Spanish. See, it's true, verdad.
Is he still here?
Mr. Presidente, ¿dónde está, señor presidente? No,
You guys, I'm serious. I need to, cause like, you know, I went to Panama.
I missed your question.
I need help with Spanish, like beginner, like beginner. Okay, and I need the help, right? And I just no, serious. I went to Panama, and imagine being at Albert Mall and want to use the bathroom and don't know the word for restroom.
¿Dónde está el baño?
See them, I never did know that. I had to be holding my crotch and I jump up and down, and the lady said, "Oh, that way."
Alexia, you have to. No. Hold on a second. When I feel sorry for Alexia, and here is why I don't feel sorry for Alexia. I'm gonna talk. In grades 7, 8, and 9 in high school, Spanish is compulsory. You don't have a choice. It is a part of your curriculum. 7th grade, it is one of the things you learn. ¿Cómo se llama? What is your name? Me llamo Michelle. My name is Michelle. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? ¿Dónde está el baño? Where is the bathroom? ¿Dónde está la cocina? Where is the kitchen? ¿Dónde está tu casa? These are, some of them feel sorry for you.
So you're saying she don't even know the basics.
She don't know the basics. What she do for 3 years compulsory.
Dr. Sharon?
Yeah?
Dr. Sharon.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that ADHD is real?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Dr. Sharon, I have ADHD. I was not diagnosed by anybody. But according to TikTok, I have a real chance of being ADHD.
So first of all, hold on. So first of all, TikTok is not where you get the diagnosis. Let me just say that. You can get information, understand, not all the information on here is correct, but TikTok would not be the place that I would be getting my diagnosis at all.
But we don't have anywhere here in Jamaica for that either.
Yes, there are places.
Where?
In Kingston.
Oh, God.
In Kingston.
Well, I'm not going to do my research, but I'm going to be honest to you. You see, I just have a natural block to math and Spanish. You see, anything English related, I'm good for it. I did not study for English language or literature to go to school.
Okay, so hold on.
I just regurgitated everything I learned.
Yeah, but hold on. It doesn't mean it's a knack, right? Because sometimes people have, like, I understand talent, specific affinity to certain things, but it doesn't mean you couldn't learn it. Like for me, I hated math. I hated it. But I had to do it. I had to do it to pass in the school as a pre-med student, right? I didn't really have a good time with Spanish in high school. But guess what? I have a minor in Spanish. Yeah, I have a minor in Spanish. I'm semi-fluent because I don't always use all of it all the time, but I can still get around. I can read it. I can write it. I can speak it. I can take a whole medical history in Spanish. So I do good enough, right? I spent an entire summer in Spain. That helped me a lot. So even with languages, immersion also really helps. You know what? Find a Spanish boyfriend.
Dr. Sharon, they don't date. Dr. Sharon, they don't date my size. I'm sorry.
That's a lie.
But you guys don't know my size that well. You guys don't know my size.
Trust me. They do date your size. Okay? Trust and believe. Yeah.
But guess what? Guess what? They can't even ask you out. Cause what your name? Don't ask me.
Oh my gosh.
See, I was waiting for somebody to make the connection. So one account name, don't ask me, and the next one name, me don't know.
Alexia, can you count to 10 at least? To 10 in Spanish?
Yes, and I think I remember the months of the year, and I think I remember.
Okay, let's start. Okay, count to 10 for me.
Oh God, in public?
Yeah.
Okay, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete. What we reach? Okay, ocho. Yeah.
Nueve.
That was off the top of.
Nueve is 9.
So it's nueve, diez, right?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, 11. What's 11?
Is that diez de seis?
No.
Once.
Once.
Wait. Okay, once, doce, trece. Is it?
14.
I'm nervous.
No, you're not.
Is it 15?
One, you're
Is that
correct. Then 16 now. What is 16?
Oh God.
What is 10? What is 10? 10 is what? 10 is?
See, I'm frozen. I don't remember.
So 10 is there and 6 is say. So there is say. Like, you're putting the two together.
Okay.
Then, so that's 16, 17.
17.
7.
18. 19. And
20.
okay. All right.
All right, months of the year. Talk to me. What are the months of the year? It's something I want to learn.
Oh God.
The first one starts with E.
Okay,
I'm gonna start you off. Enero.
Febrero. Oh Lord.
Mar. Finish it.
Martes.
Marzo.
Abril.
See. Then
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
1 second.
Alexia, come out of class.
Oi.
So what we said for Alexia? Enero, Febrero,
Marzo, Abril, Mayo, Junio, Julio, Agosto. I lost my spot.
Septiembre.
Yeah, septiembre, octubre,
Noviembre,
noviembre, diciembre.
diciembre.
Right. And now we're going to do the days of the week, starting with Sunday.
Domingo,
Hey.
lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado.
She said she won't learn, but can teach her the basics.
Now you know what it is though. I think for most people, especially when learning languages or other subjects that they have a harder time with, when you know your learning style, that makes things so much easier.
Yes. Yes.
And then you could go from there, listening to music in those languages and watching shows in those languages, and
Immersion. Based on, so
yeah,
Dr. Sharon said she spent her summer in Spain, right? So we all can't go to Spain, but here's what you can do. We have Google. Watch the Spanish soap operas.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the Spanish soap operas. And do not put on don't put on the captions if you can. Just if you start paying attention, listen to the music. And certain words will come to you. You're not going to understand everything. Why? Because there are certain dialects within Spanish, right? So that is there. Now, me can tell you plain and straight. Do not ask me to tell you what a Dominican is saying. I don't know what the person from the DR is saying. I don't. Because their Spanish is on a whole different level.
¿Qué lo que, mami? ¿Qué lo que?
One long word.
¿Sabes lo que está pasando, mami?
Well, actually, when I went to when I went to Spain initially, that's what it sounded to me like everything sounded like one word.
Mm-hmm.
But then after a couple weeks and after just listening and sitting in class and going out and drinking cerveza and stuff like that, then I begin to distinguish where the words started and where they ended, even if I did not understand the word. And that comes from listening. So you can listen to any regionality of Spanish language. And actually, you know what? Mexican Spanish, like their grammar, their Spanish is actually a good method. It's a good way of learning. Right? So if you want to emulate and figure somewhere to learn which region to learn Spanish from, Mexico will be where I suggest. Right? And there are tons of resources on the internet for Spanish. Tons of it on the internet. You can do online classes, conversational classes. So, a lot of it, tons of it on the internet. So, there's still a lot of resources out there.
Yeah, I could send us some things too. Like even French. I'm learning that on Google, Duolingo. But then I'm also listening to music in French. I'm watching shows in French as well. And looking at like Instagram posts on social media in French as well. So that helps.
But Ozzy, do you know that in speaking with when we go to Spanish restaurants, the Latino restaurants, and we interact with the servers, I ask them, how long have you been speaking English? And they're like, oh, my English no good, only 3 months. And I'm like, you're doing very well. And I will ask them, how did you learn English? And they tell you they only watched English speaking television and listened to the radio in English. That is how they learn.
I have a friend who learned English as a child just watching Disney Channel.
So what's our excuse?
I just have to really want to do it.
We have to apply ourselves. And it's easy. You just have to, Alexia, back to you. You just have to immerse yourself in it. Go on YouTube, look up the and here's another thing. If you are, and a lot of Spanish people are in Jamaica, by the way. if you are talking to them and they're going too fast, you just ask them to slow down, you know. And if you're saying slow down, and you know, them not understand what you're saying in English, más despacio, more slowly, más despacio. But fire for you, Alexia, because you wait 3 years.
No, you know what? I won't even. There is no excuse, to be honest. It's just that when it came to like Spanish for me, grade 7 to 9, listen, I use Spanish time to do the other people them homework and project them. I see. I do.
Did you ever pass the class?
Of course, because the Spanish teacher them are always from one next country, and then you just have to decide for one paragraph and you get one pass mark.
Did you have to do oral?
No, because when you only started that part at grade 10, when you're doing it for like for CXC. No, not in our class.
So you should have been doing orals, which is the practicing of the language to speak it, and you should have been doing orals, which is where you are dictated to, and then you have to write down what it is you're hearing. And based on the pronunciation, you know where to put your accents, you know if you need a tilde and all of that.
They just gave us like these pop quiz, and when it comes to the end of the school year, the end of term, or end of year test and all of that, yeah, match picture to words, yeah, finish spell some word, yeah, put the right punctuation per words, yeah, stuff like that. So I couldn't wait for reach grade 9. Well, we have to say, all right, I eat this side last night, I'm done.
Okay, so apparently there seems to be an issue with the teaching style that was used at your high school. You should have come to my high school. You'd have had a better, you know, experience.
You know, but no, like I don't have any interaction so far for this year with any Spanish, for anybody Spanish. But I'm just saying that I want to travel. I want to travel, but I don't want to just box myself into just because I speak English mean I can only go to places that speak English. And then you feel so left out when you go to these other places that they're speaking other language. Like they want to interact with you and you want to interact, but there's this big old brick wall. That's very lonely.
Okay, so Jar raised a very salient point. You have no excuses, Alexia. You have YouTube. You have the different apps are on our devices that you can download. You can also, here's what you can do. I know I have seen the spaces on TikTok. If you just type in beginner Spanish, there are rooms where they host beginner Spanish classes. So 0 excuses. One thing I needed to do first is get rid of that mental block that you have. You're gonna have to let it go and make yourself comfortable. Listen to some Spanish music. Put on some reggaeton. You know, not Bad Bunny. You don't listen to Bad Bunny, but listen to some reggaeton. Go and start getting the feel for it. Get yourself into there used to be a room on Clubhouse. Oh yes, that is true. I know I've seen that before too. But Alexia, 0 excuses, get it done. Just like I'm doing 0 excuses, I'm gonna make sure I ask you what time I did workout class, because I have on my outfit already, you know. But I have on my gym clothes for a morning.
Oh, you're rocking tonight? Yay!
Me get up this morning, you know. I'm gonna put on my gym clothes, you know. Come and determined, you know. I'm starting it, you know.
Yay! Okay. So 6 o'clock this evening we're ready.
Alexia.
Yes, sir.
Listen to me carefully, okay? Luego te voy a mandar un mensaje con sitios y aplicaciones para aprender la lenguaje.
What did he just say?
Muy bien.
What do you think? Pick 2. You must be able to pick out 2 things out of what he said.
I think I heard the word apply or apply, something like that. I heard that one.
And what else?
Could you repeat for me, Easy?
Go again, Azzy. Say it for her. Más despacio, por favor.
Luego te voy a mandar un mensaje con sitios y aplicaciones para aprender la lenguaje.
What do you think now?
Really good.
Gracias, gracias.
De nada. De nada, de nada.
What do you think he just said, Alexio?
I think he said something about applying the language.
You're on the right page. You're on the right path. Okay, so think that, right? It's a context clues.
Context clues, right.
So what do you think he just said? Or I could say, well,
maybe how I can probably incorporate the language in my everyday life, maybe something like that.
All right, so he says, okay, yes, you're on the right track. Let's switch out lengua, idioma. Do you know what idioma is?
No.
Okay, all right. So think. We're talking about learning and we're talking about the different sources. So based on what I just said, what do you think he said to you in Spanish? You got it. You know it. You're on the right path. You got this.
You got it.
Could it be that I have a lot of tools that I can use to learn the language? Something along that line.
You're right.
Basically.
He said, I'm going to send you a message with sites and applications, apps that you can go to learn the language.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Ozzy.
De nada.
I mean, used to learn Spanish with my daughter when we all watch Dora, because we run out of episodes,
Dora? Really?
Of course. No, I felt like if they had revolutionized Dora, you get what I say? Something else could have gone. Yes or no? Dora and Diego.
Lord,
just a quick comment, right? I wasn't following everything, but Alexia was talking about struggling with maths and Spanish. From what I think, the struggle with maths, besides being like a mental thing they try to push on us, right, is whenever you don't have a good foundation in a language or in a topic area, that is when you start to struggle. So I think what happened before, we have a lot of people who teach maths and so maybe at the primary, secondary level, who was not mathematicians or who was not really proficient in the language, who didn't even like the language themselves, not language, but the subject themselves. And as such, at an early age, you miss certain fundamentals. So once you miss those fundamentals, it's difficult to build on a foundation you don't have. But oftentimes, if we just go back and start from the basics, like if you learn a language, you go back and you start from the basic. If you start from the basics and we start applying ourselves, what we find happening is we catch up pretty fast and we're able to leapfrog where we were, given a good foundation, because then stuff starts to make sense. You start to contextualize stuff more and so on. I think with the foreign language, I think understanding the structure of the language is also important. Oftentimes you see the apps that just come and start teaching you the words or sentences, but you don't understand the structure and the context of the language. For instance, if you don't understand conjugation and you don't understand the different forms of the verbs, it's difficult to really progress, for instance, in Spanish. You see? Because it's a different way of doing things. Another thing I find a struggle with is to how do you, because sometimes the Spanish speak fast and they just have little pauses in between sentences. How do you dissect the words, especially the different forms of the verbs and so on? It is difficult, but if you spend time understanding the structure and the forms of the verbs and so on, it's easier to decipher it as we go forward. That's just what my opinion is.
I agree.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead, Ozzy. Go ahead.
yeah, well, we just need to find the Latin equivalent of Dexadaps for her, and she can be alright.
You know, when you make where people know your business, you know, they shall use it as the weapon or go farm against you, you know. I swear. Are they?
Hey.
That's your homework is to translate that to Spanish. So when you talk about conjugation, Mr. President, Alexia, yeah, that is a very basic part of Spanish. I, you, the familiar. No, in Spanish you do have the familiar and you have the polite. So you have I, you, the familiar, you, the polite, we, they or you, plural, familiar, you, plural, polite. So you have to learn those two. It's important, right? You know how do you know the word for speak is? Chat, your chat, no? In a Spanish, you're supposed to know what speak is. Alexia. All right, you have homework to do. Go and interpret Sheena wearing the underwear. Translate that.
So we jump from counting to translation. Mighty God.
Sometimes you see if you fling a person in the deep and they will learn to swim. But we did while you were gone. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Go ahead.
Another thing that will help, that helped me, is if you go around your house and label things in Spanish, like the cupboard, the light, the roof, the refrigerator, knife, forks, glasses. Label it.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon.
And that way you will begin to learn vocabulary. Just let every daily vocabulary, the bathroom, things in the bathroom. Yeah, it will help you. Just put a sticky note, label it in Spanish, and you will begin to learn that vocabulary of those general household items. And you need clothes, right? Calzones, los pantalones, la blusa. Yeah.
And if you can't say it, no worry.
Also, moments, right? I think the quickest head start in Spanish, and I am no fluent speaker by any means. The quickest head start to me is starting with the present tense and learning the conjugation for AR, IR, and ER verbs. Okay?
Yeah.
Because once you have those three broken down, I mean, they cover a whole heap. And there are some formula ones that start with, you don't even have to worry about the irregulars. Just the present tense for those and learn the endings, because they could apply for a magnitude of stuff. And once you get that, it will form the basis, that along with the alphabet. So learn the pronunciation of the alphabet, because if you learn the pronunciation of the alphabet, then you could pronounce the vowels. And once you could pronounce the vowel, most Spanish, it is pronounced as it's spelled. So once you understand that, I think you're way, way ahead. Are you?
So you're talking about R, R, and IR. Mr. President. Rock it down. So when do we start with the Spanish classes?
Mondays at 6.
Como quiera, en cualquier momento. Estoy lista.
What do you want? What do you want?
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m.
You want what I treated?
Of course.
I wouldn't do an hour. I would, let's say, do 30 minutes.
All right, cool.
Ozzy, you available? Mr. President, you are available? Es posible.
Listen, the whole we want to go damn Republic, you know. Don't.
We don't need to speak Spanish to Dumb Republic. Hey!
Yeah, man.
You available, Ozzy?
I'm available to help.
Thank you so much.
I really think language learning is important, you know? Like it opens up so many different perspectives in life and so many opportunities as well.
So Mondays, lunes,
Wednesdays and Fridays.
miércoles, Fridays,
All right, take off Fridays.
Mondays and
Take off Fridays. Take off Fridays.
So
All right, Monday and Wednesday. Lunes y miércoles.
¿A qué hora?
Eh?
At what time?
At 6 p.m. Hold on, wait.
So that's 6 por la tarde.
6 por la tarde.
La tarde, sí. So that's 6
Right.
p.m. Okay. Jamaica time, which is
7 for you.
7
EST.
for us.
Is that okay?
Can we back it up to 5 your time, 6 for us?
All right, no problem.
All right.
No problem. Yeah.
Okay. Candice, we can't take that to know. You look forward to put it on the chat. Lord have mercy.
You can show me using multiple. Lord of Are we?
You know what?
Yo no sé lo que
Ya.
está pasando aquí.
Jabez.
Yes.
You're supposed to be helping. Helping.
Alexia, I was born in Puerto Rico. I spoke Spanish as a child, but when I came here, my mother did not know any Spanish. So they beat it out of me. I don't know any Spanish. I can read some, I can speak some, I can understand some, but I have issues rolling my tongue. My tongue gets in the way every time.
Oh, you know what? I can't roll my tongue either. I don't. I mean, I'm intermediate. I'm not fluent, but I cannot roll my tongue.
Sharon.
Sí. Dime.
So you can't say arriba.
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 Come on, we're gonna roll them tongue.
Arriba. Hey, arriba.
Listen, when I try to say Sharon, it sounds like I'm saying Shalon, okay?
No, so they pronounce it with a
Sharon.
Sharon is how they pronounce my name.
Sharon.
Sharon.
And then they say Michelle.
My Spanish teacher used to say Alemcia.
Alexia.
No, Alemcia.
Alemcia. Where was the Spanish teacher from?
Cuba.
Cuba. It's not Cuba.
Cuba. That's where she was from.
They say Javet. They say Javet for me.
Yeah, because the J is silent. Javet. So Alexia, coo, like the bird there. Cuba.
Cuba.
Just say
see, so hold on. So it's not C none at all. It's a literal O.
Coo. C-U-B-A. Coo. It has the coo like a coo bird sound.
Okay, so Cuba. So where get Cuba from?
That's in English.
Cuba is the English pronunciation. Cuba is the Spanish.
So Argentina, we say Argentina in English, but in Spanish it is Argentina.
So she needs homework.
That's why the Brazilians don't say Brazil. They say Brazil.
They are Portuguese. Don't mix them up now. Brazil, they speak Portuguese.
They stick to one language, yeah.
You got way over there. You got to Portugal. You left Spain and got to Portugal.
You just said.
Portugal, they speak Portuguese. Remember, Brazil was colonized by the Portuguese, and that is why they speak Portuguese, which is like a mix of French and Spanish. But we're not going down that road there now.
No.
You know, say if you ask any pitney right now where they are school and ask them what language Brazil speak, you know what I'm going to tell you?
Spanish. Because they are classified as a part of Latin America, which
And
they
that's
are.
why they need to stay in school.
Exactly. Just like Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, we're all a part of Latin America. The entire region. And so I can understand why they would feel that in Brazil, they speak Spanish versus Portuguese. I get it. I think Brazil is the only country in South America that speaks Portuguese. Am I right? Yeah. Everybody else is Spanish and English, no?
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah, and Dutch. Don't forget.
Yeah. Suriname and Dutch St. Martin. Part of St. Martin that's speak Dutch.
Martinique speaks French. Guadeloupe, they speak French in Guadeloupe.
Guadeloupe speak French.
Yep.
Yeah, Guadeloupe.
Julie, you coming to class too? You coming? I don't mind the company. I'm going to have a lot of teachers.
Julie, what you speak again? Julie speaks another language besides English. Julie speaks a Creole. It is not Haitian Creole. It's a different Creole. What's your Creole called, Julie? French Creole, which is different from Haitian Creole. Creole. Hey, when we're done, the whole we have a certification.
Wait, which type of French Creole? Vous parlez Creole?
I don't know. You ask Julie, come and understand one thing what you just said.
Something speak. Parley is to speak in French. That's the only thing I got. Don't even ask me nothing but no daggone French.
Similar to the one in Dominica. We from St. Lucia?
Yeah, that's what she from.
Who?
Julie.
Lizzie?
Dr. Sharon, I did 2 years of French. You hear me? 2 years of French. You hear me? I cuss off Alexia. 2 years of French. Je m'appelle, Telerotil, pose all, deux, quatre, cinq, sept. That's it. That's about that's French.
I did 2 years of French also in high school. And don't ask me nothing. When I went to Paris, I spoke Spanish.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? That's it.
That's all I know. Nothing else.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Oh no. Oh no.
No?
Your husband would not like that at all. I mean, you can
What
say that
does
to
it
him.
translate to, Azzy?
You can say that to him, but nobody else.
What does it translate to?
Do you want to sleep with me tonight?
And I was singing this with my friends on the top of my voice. when Pink and Christina Aguilera redid it, we were singing. What?
Mm-hmm.
And we were on her veranda performing this shit in broad daylight.
Mm-hmm.
This should be a crime.
The only other thing I know is parlez-vous français? Je ne parle pas français.
Do you speak French?
No, je ne parle pas français.
Oh no, the first one. Do you parlez-vous français? You speak French.
Mm-hmm.
Je ne parle pas français.
I feel like it's such a small number of us here, a tight knit. We should learn each other's language. Well, I mean, not a language we go no. But we soak up a whole lot of other language.
But hold on, Alexa. You know it's a crime shame. The entire Caribbean understands our patois, and we don't understand their dialects.
But even still, too, like
so what dialect from the Caribbean don't you understand?
Haitian Creole.
Bajans.
Oh Lord.
Stop it, Auntie. Auntie, stop it.
Okay, that is injustice. That's an abomination. The Belgian, I mean,
No, if they slow down, you can get it, you know.
listen, that's a whole nother planet.
Just a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
If,
Just a
if
joke.
they speak in one gear, yeah, we understand everything.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's another language.
That's a whole nother language. But the different creoles that we have across the Caribbean, yeah, we in Jamaica, we don't understand it. We stuck on with English and with patois, but yet the entire Caribbean understands us. And you know why too? The music.
Mm-hmm.
The music. So we need to start listening to some compa. We need to start listening to some besides the Latin music. What else we need to listen to?
Compa, Buyo, what else? Zouk.
Zouk. We need to start, but don't tell the music, you know, get you first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let me start.
But you know what though? Like the reality of it is though, like most Caribbean Creoles are an amalgamation of different languages as well.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we were colonized by most of the same countries. So we have different words and different like grammatical things from different languages here and there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the soldier has to teach us what his mother tongue too. We want that too.
Yeah.
You just focus on Spanish right now.
Let's start. Yeah, let's start with right Tessa, because you know what? Let's start right Tessa, Alexia. We have Cuba to our north, right? When you head east, we have the Dominican Republic and we have Puerto Rico. When we head west, we have Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, all of them right there. So when we go south, we have Colombia, Venezuela, Argentina, Peru, yada yada yada. So let us focus on what we're surrounded by. And if you ever land, put your foot in a Miami, you better know Spanish.
Boy. Or Haitian Creole.
Or Haitian Creole, that part. So Nisa, I'm heading to Africa, hence French. Yes, the French is spoken a lot across the continent. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. I rebuke that.
Oh. Wow.
Nisa, Burkina Faso, here I come. You know what I'm trying to learn? Zulu. South Africa. Them language down in the Zulus.
Nice.
Yeah, but you know, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it, Alexia. So we're starting off with Spanish. Mondays and Wednesdays, 6 to 6:30, 30 minutes.
So then tomorrow, mañana is viernes.
Mañana.
I mean, mañana. Empezamos mañana a las 5 de la tarde.
Para tú es, for me it's 6, for you is 5. No es posible.
Sí.
Sí, ok, es posible, ok. So mañana por la tarde, acerca de 5 para doctora Sharon.
So she needs homework.
Huh?
She needs homework. Le da tarea. Como Paul Berber tenía leer, tenía estudiar para participar. ¿Me entiendes?
So,
uno hablar comer y give me an ER verb. Hablar is an ER, comer is an ER verb, and an IR verb. Venir. It's the okay. So 3 verbs.
So we're gonna do 3 verbs. Okay, no problem.
Present tense conjugation.
All right, so let's hablar. You want us to put hablar is one that all of us do. We talk all the time. So we're gonna focus on the verb hablar, which is to talk, to speak. Another, you said venir, to come. That's another.
Venir to come.
So we have AR, we have IR. Comer, to eat.
Comer, to eat.
Okay, so we can do comer and we can do beber. Comer y beber, to eat and to drink.
Bebemos todo el tiempo, sí, cómo no.
Todo el tiempo, I agree. So, mañana por la tarde, acerca de 5 por la tarde and 6 por la tarde. En Jamaica y en Houston, Texas, 5 por la tarde. En New York, Miami, es 6 por la tarde.
Oh, muy bien.
So, 5 a 5:30, 6 y a 6:30. ¿Está bien? See on TikTok, Aki. Alexia, you want to open the space, or should I open this? You let us know what you want to do, but we will open the space.
I'll open it, no problem.
All right, so Alexia,
and send out the invites.
Yes. So
You know what though, and I don't think you realize it though. One of the things you spoke about earlier was the community coming together to get things done. And look at this.
Right? I have tons of books and resources that I can help you with and tell you about. One of those books I still have it. It's called 501 Spanish Verbs.
I know that book.
So, you know that book? See, yeah. It gives you all the conjugations for the verb. Yeah, so that's a good resource to have. And I have more. I have a whole shelf, like 2 shelves filled with Spanish books. I have a minor in Spanish. I just need to speak it more so I can actually go back to how I used to speak it. But,
yeah, good. Yeah, I'm so Vamos Amigos. What's another book we had to use in first form? Vamos Amigos. Let's go.
Yes.
Yeah. Vamos Amigos. Let's go. Vamos a aprender para hablar español, leer, escribir y vamos a practicar mucho. Right, Alexia? We're gonna read, write, and practice.
Practice. Yes. Okay. Of course. Listen, I have an aim, I have an aim. I want to do a piece on one of AZ's songs in Spanish. Right, AZ?
Or do you want to be able to say papi to Dexter Dabs? And if,
You're not gonna understand.
Boy, you don't know what he know. Don't underestimate people, He might know like 4 languages and just don't talk about it.
And
I that one easy.
You know something, Ozzy, I'm glad you said that, because a lot of Jamaicans suppress don't let on to people that they speak more than Patois and English, because they are shunned for it. Yeah. Oh, when you come from, you think you're better than? Yeah. I want to say it's more recently that people are embracing and, having some kind of admiration for people who speak another language besides English and Patois.
You never hear niece when niece broke out a pattern yet? You never hear niece? When niece do the yard patois, you never hear it yet? So she laugh, she know me I talk about.
Niece speaks patois, and if she don't speak it, you understand it fluently. Niece, did you do Spanish? At your castle now? You did Spanish?
That was my first defense as a human being. We dropped Spanish in the first form.
How did you drop the first form when we had to do it up to third form?
We had to do it in third form to go. I tell you, man, listen, I went to Mr. Gordon. I went to the principal. I said, sir, You can get me to do anything. I will even carry the chicken poo. I'm not doing Spanish, Pastor. I'm not even doing the exam. But funny enough, what I learned, it has carried me through. So I had a very good teacher, Mrs. Blakero, because I've worked with 3 Spanish companies since, and I can't speak it, but I understand what they're saying. So they always cut to me that I know you speak Spanish. I'm like, yeah, no. I understand bits and pieces of what they're saying, and I can formulate a sentence from the the words, but yeah, I can't speak it.
And Nisa, as you're saying that, even if you're not comfortable speaking it, it's okay. But if you're able to read it, you don't have to utter the words. But if you're able to read it and translate, that's good. That's a great skill to have, especially in the corporate world. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have all kind of like translating devices now, so I'm not even fazed by what is going on. But you mentioned Spanish, but I don't know if you realize that Dominican Republic, Cuba, Venezuela, Colombia, and Spain, they all speak different levels of Spanish. Just like how we have patois in English, they have their Creole, whatever. Yeah, total confusion.
And that is why Dr. Sharon said the best country, if you want to practice, is Mexico. That's the best, that's the simplest. And even in Mexico, they have their own dialects in the remote areas, But like if you go to Cancun or what's the other one? Oh gosh, there's another city there. If you go there, you'll be able to speak with them easier. The interaction will be easier.
I was watching a documentary in last year, I believe, on Mexico, and the person who was doing the documentary very fluent in several types of Spanish. And you know that this person went to a village and didn't understand a thing that was being spoken because that language was not even Spanish. It was ancient Inca. Yeah, so you're right. Mexico is a potpourri of the various types of Spanish,
Yeah. And Gili, you're absolutely right. Colombia is weird because the Spanish spoken in Cartagena is different from the one in Santa Marta. Yeah, as you move through, just like in Jamaica, the patois are different. There's some parts of sentences, but I can't understand them patois. There are the people who live in Maroon Town and them speak what name? Romantic. Me not understand not what them are saying. Not a word.
And that I think there's a certain tribe in Africa that speaks the same thing as them. But for the tribe in Africa, what the Maroons are speaking is ancient form of the language you're using now.
I can tell you a secret. Yeah. You know when me learn about romantic and clubhouse. Me know say romantic. No shame. No.
Because you have to remember, like, language is always evolving. Like, the English we speak today is not the same English as 50 years ago or 100 years ago or 200 years ago. And so when colonization happened, that's not just starting from zero. People were already speaking their dialects and their languages. And so you have an infusion of languages and culture in that moment. And so different people in different countries, they might have been given the Spanish that was popular in the 1800s versus another country which might have been colonized in the 1700s, you know?
You're right. And I'm going to say this, and then I have one more article and I'm going to wrap up. Julie says the Seychelles Creole sounds like the St. Lucia. Sounds like the Lucian Creole. Alexia, you said that, hey, Mr. Namar, hey, Beth, you said that you want to travel. Here's what I would recommend to a lot of people, especially in the Caribbean. Take on a mind off of the U.S. The U.S. doesn't mean you have to.
The U.S. No. It's not the U.S.
You're alone. I'm talking. I'm just speaking in general. The U.S. coming to the U.S. does not mean you have traveled. You have not. Point blank. tell me, sir, if you look at me and say, yeah, but I travel a lot, I'm going to ask you where you have been. And you said the US, you have not traveled. Period. Point blank. Go to other countries. Experience the world. Stamp up your passport. Get your visa then. 100 and how many countries in the world? Get going. The US is not the end all. I mean, there are many of us here trying to get out. Right? For real. Go to Europe. Go to Africa. Go to Asia. Go throughout the Caribbean. Go throughout Central America, South America. Experience the cultures. Take care, Dr. Sharon. Manana por la mañana. Take care and go out there and see the world. Immerse yourselves in culture. Let me tell you something, man. There is so much to see out there. Now box yourself in by just focusing on the US. I can't wait to make it to the US. Me get to the US and I can't chat to me. Chat to who? The US come in like, come on, fall. Come in like the goat. Then when you say walk up and down, jump up and tear down poster off a wall. Like the straight dog, then when you say all about the place. That is what the US has become. It's nothing to write home about right now. Go take on the world. Go to other countries. Different cultures are right here across the Caribbean. Jump over to Haiti. Not right now. When things calm down a little bit. Go over to the DR. I don't know. Go over to Puerto Rico is considered the US. Although the US don't know it's the US. Go to the Bahamas. Go to other islands. You know, start living. Yeah. Start living. All right, last one. So listen to this one. So Trump thinks, hold on, headset will get it together. I'm sorry.
Lock him up.
Amid the Pentagon staff chaos. So according to NPR, President Donald Trump said he spoke with his embattled Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Following reports, he used the unsecure Signal chat to discuss classified information and fired some of his top aides, leaving the Pentagon embroiled in chaos. Trump said this of Hegseth during an interview with the Atlantic magazine over the weekend. I think he's going to get it together. I had a talk with him, a positive talk, but I had a talk with him.
That says so much. That says so much. That's like an admission of guilt.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this because if it were any of us, we would have all been fired, right?
Or locked up.
I can't get past that paragraph. I really can't. A number of Democrats have called for Hegseth's ouster, and on Sunday, Senator Jeanne Shaheen, who is a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, said on CBS that Hegseth has created chaos at the Pentagon. The fact is, Pete Hegseth was not qualified to take the job as Secretary of Defense. Even people who didn't live in the US were screaming that at the top of their lungs. The world was screaming it. And he has shown that time and time again. So the first infraction was the group chat, the Signal group chat about what happened over there in Yemen. The second one, bringing his wife to a sensitive meeting and nobody knowing who this person is. And number 3, on Signal again, sharing sensitive details with his wife and is it brother or brother-in-law? So what else must we wait on to happen? What is it going to take? I mean, that's 3 blunders, and you know, our president says he believes that he's going to get it together. So
The rules do not apply to people who comply with the mango seed.
I mean, this screams incompetence. This is blatant incompetence, but it is excused. Yet we had several folks who were more than qualified, overqualified, lot of experience. They were sacked to make way for this. We are the laughing stock of the world. And I am so desperate for us to regain our position of being respected, but we are the world is laughing at us. As a matter of fact, there's a video, Azzy, that I saw, came across this video, and it's not funny, but at the same time, you can't help but chuckle.
As I was in his office in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, Jeff, they're going to get me. I'm always a little naive. I said, no, Mr. President, they're not going to get you, and I'm going to help you, and everything's going to be fine. And then in 2002, 2003, you wash the Bush administration. No IMF loans for Haiti, no World Bank loans for Haiti. Turn off the Inter-American Development Bank. This is the way you start tightening, add sanctions, squeeze the finances. Then the economy's cratering, but he stays in power. He's got a strong base, political base. One day, literally, the U.S. ambassador walks to his house and says, I need to save your life because otherwise your life is at risk. There's an insurrection underway. So come with me. And they guide him to an unmarked plane, no tail markings. And they put him in the plane, and 23 hours later, he's in the Central African Republic. Okay. So there's a coup in broad daylight, and I called the New York Times reporter, and I said, could you cover this? You know, the U.S. just overthrew the Haitian government. The reporter on the beat said, Jeff, my editor's not interested in it. So this is a game, and it's a very, very serious game, and it's getting us closer and closer to annihilation, because Haiti is one thing, Ukraine is another thing.
Right.
In Ukraine, we know in late January 2014, you have Victoria Nuland, now my colleague at Columbia University, on the phone with the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Piat, who is still a senior State Department official. Okay, who's the new government going to be? Yeah, maybe Klitsch. No, not Klitsch. He should stay out. I think Yatsenuk, he's the guy. They discuss who they're going to put in for the new government. And on February 22nd, a few weeks later, it's Yatsenuk. He becomes the new prime minister. The U.S. is part of yet another coup. Is this, and by the way, that's the start of the Ukraine war. That's literally the start of the Ukraine war. The war didn't start in February 2022. It started in 2014.
But there's still thousands of Ukrainians who say we had very legitimate reasons to go to Maidan against Yanukovych. We were there because we didn't like our guy.
That's correct.
So the point being that two things could be true at the same time, right?
Yeah, but my view is that the United States should have nothing to do with overthrowing another government, period. And if you're overthrowing another government because you have a plan to put your military in that country, which is the U.S. plan since 1994, it raises the stakes a little more. And if you're putting in the military base next to the other nuclear superpower, you might say, not the best idea.
Right.
If you do that, knowing, as I do, how many senior diplomats told the politicians, don't do that. Don't do that. This could be disaster. This could lead to war. and not just run-of-the-mill people. I'm talking about George Kennan saying this in 1997, in 1998, that this could be the most consequential disaster. Jack Matlock, who was U.S. Ambassador to the Soviet Union, Bill Perry, who was Bill Clinton's Secretary of Defense. I know these people, and they know, do not overthrow a Ukrainian government so that you can move NATO forward and expect you're going to have a good outcome. So that's why I say, I don't trust the Americans.
Right. No, and that's very clear. I want to come back to this through Netanyahu and Israel.
Okay.
Do you want him to face accountability for the crimes in Gaza, the bombing, the slaughter of thousands of people?
Of course. And it is brave and right of the International Criminal Court to have indicted him. Absolutely.
And do you see him as an extension of U.S. policy in the region?
No. I see the U.S. as an extension of Netanyahu policy.
You're lucky you're Jewish. They'd call you an anti-Semite.
Well, they can call me anything they want, but I can tell you the truth.
Okay.
And I'll tell you the truth, by the way.
Go ahead.
The truth is that Netanyahu said in 1996, in a book which I recently reread called Fighting Terrorism, he laid out the whole plan. And this is, by the way, quite interesting. It's just advice to any listeners. Usually when there are terrible plans, they don't hide them. Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. And I'm not meaning to make simplistic comparisons. I'm just making the point that people say what they're going to do.
Right.
And in a different sphere, and again, please don't misunderstand, because every time you say one, then it's a kerfuffle that people misunderstand. But Netanyahu wrote in 1996 his plan for how he was going to make Israel safe. Brzezinski wrote in 1997 a different book called The Grand Chessboard of how he was going to make the United States the world's unipolar power. So they write the story, and you can go back and evaluate. Did they know what they're talking about? Are they full of BS? Did they cause a lot of trouble? So just on 2 points, Brzezinski in 1997 says the U.S. can expand NATO. Russia will have no choice but to accede. What's Russia going to do? Is it going to become an ally of China? No way, says Brzezinski. You know, okay, interesting. Didn't quite get that one right, Big. So that's one idea.
Right.
Netanyahu has a different idea, and it's coherent, but it's kind of madness. His idea is we captured the Palestinian lands in 1967, and we're never going to give them back. There are really two schools of thought in Israel of the extremists. I don't think Netanyahu, I don't know what his religious views are. Actually, I don't care. But anyway, he says, I'm not going to give it back because it would be unsafe for Israel to give it back. So we're just going to rule over the Palestinians. There's a second take which says we're not going to give it back because God in the year 700 BC or in the year 1000 BC, but written in a book, the book of Joshua in the year 700 BC, told us it's ours. And there are people that absolutely believe that as well. Both of them are now in an alliance in this most extremist Israeli government. But going back to 1996, Netanyahu spells out very clearly the following story. He says, we're going to keep the land. There will be resistance, Hamas, Hezbollah, other militant resistance. What will we do about it? You can't really fight the terrorists, he says. You have to fight the states that back the terrorists.
And Iran is the central one in his mind.
But interestingly for Netanyahu, he lays out one by one. Yes, of course, Iran is the central one in his mind, but so too is Iraq under Saddam. He supported Hamas.
Right.
So too is Bashar al-Assad in Syria. So too is Somalia. So too is Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. So too is the government in Sudan.
So you see one by one.
So too in Lebanon.
Right.
You know, he laid it out, and he at various times listed the countries. And one list that showed up in the Pentagon just after 9/11 was 7 countries: Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Somalia, Sudan, and Libya. And you know what the plan was? 7 wars in 5 years. And is this the U.S. using Israel? No, no, no. This is Israel using the U.S. as if our military is in their hands, which in effect it is. You take Wolfowitz and you take Feith and you take these neocons and you take Netanyahu. They game planned the whole thing out. Well, I regard Netanyahu as having been our greatest disastrous president of the 21st century because he ran American foreign policy for 20 years and he cost us trillions of dollars. And where is the Middle East today? War in Syria, war in Lebanon, war in Palestine, unrest in Iraq.
That was for entertainment purposes only.
So many thoughts, so many thoughts.
And do not echo them. Keep them right here. Again, that was for entertainment purposes only. For those of you who don't know the history, that was it. In summary, there is a playbook that clearly is still on, it's not even on the shelf, it's in rotation. And that, I hope, gives you an insight as to the movie that we're watching. The different and the movie that we're watching has different franchises. Should we call them franchises, Ozzy? Yeah.
What do you mean, like a trilogy?
Well, we have 7 franchises, right?
7
and 5, that's the name of the movie, we'll call it that. 7 and 5.
Yeah, I guess they translated the movie in 7 different languages.
Have I said this before? Have you all not heard me say this before? Pay attention. Wherever there is unrest, pay attention.
Just about every week.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. Nothing should catch anyone by surprise. Here's the thing. Nothing is wrong with entertaining ourselves. Because, yes, we have a time when we love the careless lifestyle. When we go on with the foolishness. But amidst that, you also have to be aware of what's going on around you. You have to know the past to understand the present and to get some inkling of what is going to happen in the future. It's a repetition, folks. It's wear, wash, rinse, repeat. To different degrees. It's the same thing. And the same dirty shirt. You wear the shirt, you wash the shirt, you rinse it out in a little bleach water, you hang it up for dry, iron it out and put it on again and let's go. That's it. So, why should we then be surprised at what's happening? Don't be surprised. Don't be alarmed. Don't be dismayed. Don't be worried. And I know, yeah, you can say anything. But the minute you start worrying, you're crippled. The dust will settle. The reins have to be yanked at some point. It's going to happen. Them have a saying, time longer than rope. Rope will always run out before time does. Time is infinity. All good things must come to an end, they say. What I will say to human beings is pay attention to the animals. They listen. Yeah, they listen. Not the animals that we domesticate. Not the dog them what in our bed and on our sofa and I look up in our face and we're in the kitchen and that we put on leashes. Not those. Not the animals that we've locked up in zoos and have on display, taking them out of their natural habitat. But pay attention to animals in their natural habitat. They listen. They're in Jamaican piece. They listen. They pay attention to what's going on around them. They communicate with each other. They depend on each other for signs and signals to know when to move. But no, we're too caught up on our phones and caught up with fashion. The latest this and the one he pasa pasa. Come on, folks. You have to have balance. Balance it out. Balance out the scale, right? Okay. It's just history repeating itself. And will we ever learn? That is to be determined. Change gonna come. It has to come because nothing lasts forever. Which one of us will be here forever and ever? Amen. None of us. And so we know change must come. No. When we gone, will those behind us repeat the same mistakes? Or will they be brave and bold to change the trajectory? To get us off the path that we're on and put us on new roads? Will there be a reset in their minds and how they see humanity? And will they care about the generations to come behind them? Or will they too be caught up in greed, control, and power? See, that is what is holding us down, for the want of a better term. First, you get the money, then you get the power, and then you become greedy. Who sang that in a song? Whose song is that? Money, power, respect. Is that a biggest song? Person who doesn't know their history is doomed to repeat it. Absolutely, Azzy. So we have to rely on, if not us, the generations behind us, to create a new day. I've said this several times. Everything that we need to exist and survive in this world, God has provided it. But because of greed, power, and control, we have the disparity. And we have the segregation and we have the dismantling of systems that were meant to work for the good of everyone and the benefit of everyone. But instead we have systems that work for a few. So if I have $100 million, what am I losing if I give away $1 million? Nothing. Nothing. Why is it more important for me to hold on to that million and get even more to add to it? If I know I can comfortably pay somebody $50,000 a year for a salary, why am I paying them $35,000? Have them come to work for me for 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, and then I have to turn around and go seek government assistance. Where's my humanity? All because I want to be able to mention my profits and record profits and da 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 da. Yes, we still gonna have money for advance. We still gonna have money for research and development. We still gonna have money for grow the company. So what is $1 million? And then you get to the government assistance. If I know that my company can afford to pay somebody $100,000, why am I only going to pay them $60,000? Come on. There's more than enough to go around for everybody in the world. There's more than enough for us to really take care of people. We can do better. We can do better. That's my take on life. And I will continue to echo those sentiments. A few things we need to do. We need to change the way how we move, folks. Community. I had the speech earlier. If we talk about community cannot only work for us and we don't make it work for others. In other words, stop being selfish. That is a part of the problem. That's a part of the equation in the world today. Selfishness. So we're going to embark on a mission of moving away from being selfish and being more community oriented. And guess what, folks? Be prepared to lose a few people along the way. It's going to happen because not everyone subscribes to that idea. And it's okay. It's okay. But, they also have a saying, a person raised on love sees the world differently from someone who is raised on survival. And I get it. It took me a minute to understand that, but I get it. Right? Go ahead, Ozzy. We'll wrap up. Go on, True.
Yeah, community is very important, and community is and was the means of our survival as a people in so many instances. And like even I was hearing stories about the time in the UK, like that Windrush era, and how people were so poorly treated, and the way some people actually got through was by pooling resources. The same exists in so many different parts of life. And unfortunately, I feel like with technology, we're creating an even more individualistic society. But the only way we were going to get through is to think as a community, to have cooperative economics, and to move in that way. Or else nothing moves forward. What will the next generation have?
That's it. Shift. We have to have a shift in how we think and how we behave, folks. It is a must. All right? It's the only way we're going to be able to get through this thing called life. All right, folks. I guess it there. Geely, Rosolo, Ozzy, Ja, Mr. President, Alexia, AJ Global Travel Services, Dr. Sharon. I want to say thank you for rocking with me to the very end. And of course, everyone who was here earlier, Niece, James, Adesoji, Mr. President. What am I missing? I know I'm forgetting some. Having yourself a wonderful rest of the evening. Today is what? Tuesday. So tomorrow, remember, 6 o'clock, 6 to 6:30 Eastern Time. Class is in session. Alexia will be opening up the space for Spanish. And it's just basic Spanish, and the verbs that we're going to look up. Hablar, Hablar. Look up those verbs. Look up that verb along with comer, Comer. And what was the other one? Was it vivir or venir? Which one was it? Again.
You said venir.
Venir. Okay. Venir. So we're going to work. Let me write it down. The day I run off the mobile classes in session. And I can tell you, so by the time we get up, I'm going to forget what the verbs are. So it's hablar, comer, and venir. Okay. Those are the three verbs, and you must know. We should be able to conjugate them, right? Or to conjugate our verbs, break them down. So that's our assignment for tomorrow. Just says she will be here for class. Yeah. She's working from home, right? And we will be taking attendance. We need perfect attendance, folks. And be on your best behavior in class. And you may bring something to comer. And I said beber. Didn't I say beber? God have mercy. Me can't remember now. Hold on.
You did.
I
You
did.
did.
Yeah, I did. Beber. So we're going to eat and drink. Comer y beber. Sí. So mañana, por la mañana, gracias a todo. Mucha love, according to Flor Cubana. Mucha love. But yes, and we can talk about tomar, which is another verb used when we talk about. Yes, you can have cerveza, Gili. Lord have mercy. Bring your cerveza, your tequila, whether it's El Patron, or you want your Jose Cuervo, bring a margarita, whatever. Mezcal. Is that the one with a worm in it? Which one has the worm in it? A lot of verses. One of them have worm in it. They put the worm in it. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna have a blast. 30 minutes of beginners grown level Spanish. Tequila. All right, so that is tomorrow. Coming up tomorrow morning, we're gonna have fun. I mean tomorrow evening, and we will be back tomorrow. Ahora sí, los sueños. I'll leave you with this one. Sepa. Swing. All right, Jack, thank you. So, yes. All right, YouTube. Want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you so much. A.T. Mad Libran. I'm not sure who else is here with us, but I want to say thank you. I appreciate you all supporting as always. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back with you 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Take care. Miss Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.